Because I thought you might have, would have, maybe.
Yeah. Woke up.
Done, son. Yeah, King Chalk Entertainment. Here we go. If you haven't already, like, comment, share, and subscribe. Check us live and become a part of the show on Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, and YouTube Wednesday and Thursday at 11 p.m. and Friday and Saturday at 1 a.m. Central Standard Time. Yeah. While you're playing the game, working out, cleaning, or whatever, check out the more refined audio versions of the show on Spotify, Apple, Anchor, and more. Keyword King Tracker ENT. Yeah. Shouts out to Pat, Doc, Deuce, Curtis, Brendan, Elliott, Juanita, Jay Lethal, Tariq, my Twitch follower, Francisco, and others for always supporting the channel. Yeah. Race, spirituality, politics. Let's talk about it. We generate interest into what has happened and what is happening in our world, therefore creating activists. Let's go. Dale gas, baby.
Dime qué tú quieres, papi.
I didn't know that you realized that.
in my drink. Yo, this bitch is drunk on my drink. Yo, this trick is smoking my dang. I want her to stop, but I can't. I'm leaning to the side, man. I'm leaning to the side, man. Yo, everybody vibing, the lights flashing, ain't nobody hiding. We full of passion. I see this chick smiling with her action. She said she from an island. I'm just passing. I said stop lying. We started laughing. Girl, what you drinking? I'm on that captain. Now we on pink panties with a napkin. I got a blunt dipped in brandy that we passing. Now we leaning to the side in the bass bay. She's feeling on my thigh, my chain swinging, feeling alright now. The game changing, right on time now. We both swaying, do that new style now. Bojangles, I wanna see your tatas. Do those jangles, what about those now guys? I need angles, call me your papa. Grab your ankles, move like chaka chaka. When it's anal, I got to get ya. And it's painful, split you like a swisher. With a label, you know we can make it without being naked. We can make them think we faking, shake it, make me take it. Yo, this chick remind me my drink. Yo, this bitch is drunk on my drink. This trick is smoking my dang. I want her to stop, but I can't. I'm leaning to the side, man. 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 If you got a cup, put that shit up. Lean it to the side. Lean it to the side. If you got a fat cat and your drawers and bra match, lean it to the side. Lean it to the side. If you just got off of work and your fucking feet hurt, lean it to the side. Lean it to the side. If you shine fly and everybody know your ass high, lean it to the side. Lean it to the side. If it's getting hot and you drink Henny on the rocks, lean it to the side. Lean it to the side. If you a hot girl and you can stop and make it pop, lean it to the side. Lean it to the side. Yo, this chick remind me my drink. Yo, this bitch is drunk on my drink. Yo, this trick is smoking my dang. I want her to stop, but I can't. I'm leaning to the side, man. 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 Yeah, you know what I'm saying? KCE, King Chaka. It is what it is, baby. You really not feeling me? Let me find out. Yo, question my ability. Let me find out. Invest in my enemy. Let me find out. There ain't no telling what you finna see. You finna find out. It's something that enters me. You finna find out. Then exit with energy. You finna find out. Riding flows like centipede. You finna find out. Screw those that's pinning me. Let me find out. Hit the big lips. I'ma call you Bill Bellamy. When you talk your shit, man, really it's killing me. Hit you with my fist and I'ma do it lyrically. Crazy ass brick, so I might do it literally. I'ma do this till I'm old eating celery. How old is Jay-Z? He gotta be 70. Come to my show or I'ma do it bitterly. Or it's a porn star with a bitch named Beverly. Keep waiting tables, yeah. Spicy means peppery. Or get tattoos and work in the factory. Whatever I do, I'ma do it happily. I'm tired of these rappers too, they do it tactfully. That's why I'm here, I'm the shit this year. We gon' keep it moving, grooving, give you something you can feel. When shit's fucked up, gon' drop a tear. I'ma pull my pants up, grab another beer. Rap's messed up and I don't have no fear. Attack the chest up, it's a grown man in here. Ask you little chaps, what have you done in the field? Throw your steps up, let them know you're still here. I said you really not feeling me, let me find out. Yo, question my ability, let me find out. Yo, invest in my enemy, let me find out. Ain't no telling what you finna see, you finna find out. Yo, you really not feeling ability. Let me find out. Yo, invest in my enemies. Let me find out. Ain't no telling what you finna see. You finna find out. Yeah, bounce, rock, shake, wiggle. We gon' come through and put it in the middle. They calls me fiddler cause I play the fiddle. Checking masters, white pipes, I was a good nigga. Bounce, rock, shake, wiggle. We gon' come through and put it in the middle. They calls me fiddler cause I play the fiddle. Checking masters, white pipes, I was a good nigga. I said you really not feeling me. Let me find out. Yo, question my ability. Let me find out. Yo, invest in my enemies. Yo, let me find out.
Let me find out. Hey, how y'all doing? What's up, Pat? How you feel?
Man? Feeling good.
Same old. I'm good. I can't complain. I had a productive day. I always feel better when I feel like I got some stuff done. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It makes any sense. Yeah. So I had a good productive day today.
Yeah, my last 2 days, I mean, it's been productive, I guess you can say. Got some tax stuff taken care of, and but my truck has been in the shop, and once they get you bring it into the shop, they find other stuff for you to
Yeah, I know how I go. Well, I don't have a truck, but the same thing happens in the car.
Yeah, but that bill.
The bill is way bigger. I can imagine.
Way different.
I can only imagine. Yeah, man. A lot of stuff been going on. Well, it was a night. Kenzie's birthday was on the 24th. So, and like yesterday, I got her a phone, and I had hell fucking setting up her damn phone. Oh my god, like an hour and a half trying to set her damn phone up.
Happy birthday, baby girl.
That shit drove me fucking crazy. Anyways, doing that I like to wash. I have a washer and dryer in the apartment. Inside the apartment, we have a washer and dryer. But like, I love to wash all my clothes at one time because it's different. Like you never get finished washing when you're at home washing, and you're washing one load at a time. So I like to go to the washer, even though I have a washer and dryer. I like to go to the laundromat and just wash everything, blankets,
I
everything,
know the
pillowcases.
feeling.
And that's what I did.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
No, I practiced that same thing many times. No, I was just agreeing with you. I know the feeling. I like having everything done. Like you can, use about 3, 4 different washers all at one time. The dryers, you hit them at one time.
Right.
When you're taking them out and folding them and everything, you got everything done there.
You're knocking everything out at one time. Yes. And put the stuff away. Your stuff, you're automatically more organized now, and then it's gonna kind of make you want to organize more. I don't know, but I just a good feeling too. It smells good. Anyways, I just wanted to share that. This right here on this post, this Instagram post, it says sleep with airplane mode on your phone. Give your body and mind a fucking break from the constant waves coming in and out. Shit is not natural. It's a random post. I don't know who the hell this is or whatever, but I think that's something to think about.
That is definitely something to think about. I mean, I do like to sleep with sleep music, meditation sounds, subliminal things that I listen to get my mind, focused in a certain direction. But, that would also, I probably shouldn't do that all the time either, because I notice, like, usually I get maybe a stretch of 3, maybe 4 hours of sleep, and then I'm up. And then, like I'm awake. Like I don't know if I ever in my life that I slept 8 hours straight, but even because I think my body's probably rested after 6. But the thing is like I said, I mean that those uh those waves, the the Wi-Fi, the Bluetooth waves and stuff that's in the air could be affecting my brain, and that's what's making me wake up. And I mean, of course, I couldn't answer that scientifically, but
Yeah, I don't have an answer either. I just said it's something to think about, and I have a hard time sleeping a lot of times too. I mean, but uh, I don't have a problem sleeping 8 hours though. But I think you're right though. I think that all you really need is about six,
oh yeah,
probably, and that's pretty much all you really need um, to rest your body. But you probably need a nap too, though. You know what I'm saying? But along with that, later
I love
on or another part of the day or something.
I love naps.
And in other countries they do that. They go home in the middle of the day and take a nap, bro. And in
Siesta.
America, yeah, in America, in the United States, we need to stop saying America because we've been saying that shit. And I noticed people were saying that shit in my class too. And these are educated, supposed to be educated people, and they're saying America in place of the United States when they mean the United States. And that's
Well,
I think I want to be very careful with that distinction from now on because especially with the comment that Joe Biden made, you know, it makes me think about that. So, you know what I'm saying? United States. I want to say United States because America is North and South America. And that's a big, huge territory that the United States is not the owner of or whatever, or dominant of, or whatever, however you want to say it. They don't have jurisdiction over the whole damn America.
yeah, and may not technically have jurisdiction over that, but because of certain things, I don't know. This get kind of deep, but like there's internationally, I don't think they really have the right to even be here now.
That would be something to look at because I really wouldn't be surprised because the UN is not really recognized either too. That's another thing because it's all connected. It's after the World War II. There's a video I meant to watch it but I missed it, and it's about after World War II and how things got set up. I really want to watch that, but anyways, I'm just making a mental note right now. But
Yeah.
I that's what it is. Okay, like we do as the United States, we do stuff that goes against even the UN, but in all the stuff like the Geneva Convention, all these worldwide agreed upon, let's say, rules, we be the first ones to break them almost always. you
Always.
know yeah.
No, yeah. I mean, no. Like our politicians are the biggest criminals on the planet. And I've heard like people have talked about Nigeria, the scammers, and this and now all that kind of. No, say, bro, these people will rob you with your like in front of your face, like they'll dig in your pockets with you looking at them, and it's crazy how they become for to some because a lot of us really ain't with that whole giving them the power type crap. But either way, they I guess the question that I was thinking of is like, how did we get away from saying the USA?
Yeah, how did it happen? I don't know. But back to your point of do they have jurisdiction at all, or how much jurisdiction do they have here? Is a real question because of all the treaties. They signed a bunch of treaties,
That
and
they
these
broke?
are legal documents within their law.
Yeah, and I mean, and if the Treaty of Peace and Friendship that was in the 1700s, I believe it was, that they agreed upon because this was like to settle all of the wars, the yeah, I guess you could say the wars that was being had, like which was I guess coming to the end because really there's an extension of all of that that's still going on today, but I guess based on how everybody's really been looking at it, the this is still a continuation of the Christian and Muslim wars. A lot of the things that you see today, like even them going to Iraq, Afghanistan, like all this stuff is still an extension of the Christian and Muslim
But
wars.
the natives, the Aboriginal people here weren't Muslim or Christian.
Well, no, but see, the thing is, the politics in because see, I mean, the international laws that were going on before that gave power where, let's say, there was like a central, like DC. I think Morocco was supposed to be it, and I guess Egypt on of the east was it at one time. Like it's been in different places at different times. But there's this guy. If you look him up, Sidi Muhammad. He was the he was the sultan of the supreme sultan or whatever. He made a deal with George Washington to which was giving them the right to be able to do the 13 colonies. And as far as them, when they see the Aboriginal or the Moors that was here already, they could not enslave. They broke that. Like I mean, all these different things that they've promised, and what made agreements with the people above them, which appointed them to be able to you know have their start their own government here. They went against it. So I mean, you would have think that a lot of that stuff could have been nullified, but because of the positions that they had and they took internationally, allowed them to get as far as they did. Because really, a lot of this stuff really shouldn't have happened.
It
But
was lying, cheating, and
through all the
stealing.
wars, huh?
I just said it, lying, cheating, and stealing, man. That's the reason why. And my studies are heading back in this direction. And this semester, one of my classes is
You were
American.
breaking.
You can't hear me?
You're breaking up real bad.
Shit. Can you hear me?
I I hear, but I couldn't really understand everything you were saying.
All right, hold on. Let me double check. Okay, I rechecked my mic. It should be better. You can
Yeah,
hear
no,
me?
I think your mic is fine. I think it's more so with your connection.
It was the Wi-Fi. Yeah, that Wi-Fi be tripping sometime. Um, Damn, I forgot what the fuck I was saying. Oh, I'm heading back to this way. Like in my academics, I want to head back to
Mm-mm.
North American area where the United States is. But there's not a lot of there's not even a lot of papers. But anyways, one of my classes this semester is like North American archaeology or something like that. And so hopefully I'll get to see some stuff, over here. The teacher seems pretty straight up, and he's finna retire after this. So this is last semester teaching, I want to say. Retiring in March. So shit, he don't have no reason. And he's a real like you can't really go to school for archaeology in the United States. There's only one school. There's one school like in Boston, and then there's another one in Canada, and there's like the only two. And it has a lot to do with the way like European archaeology um like split from like American archaeology, and like they realized that it was racist or whatever, and then like just collecting stuff basically, and it's not very scientific. Like it's just like Indiana Jones going and getting you know treasure and then putting it in a damn museum. And so That's the reason why archaeology is not really respected that much because of the history related to it. Um, you there?
Yeah, man. I don't know what just happened.
I didn't press
You
nothing.
started sounding clearer to me. Yeah, you started sounding clearer to me, but then
You're not moving though.
I lost my signal. No, I'm in one place.
Oh, okay. I was just talking about how archaeology is not really all that respected, you know.
Yeah,
And that's the reason why in the States they focus on like cultural anthropology is what they call it, and studying cultures instead of basically just collecting artifacts, you know. But they use the artifacts, they use what they find. So it's like archaeology is a branch of anthropology. So anthropologists have to know how to distinguish bone from stone, shit like that, ceramics and shit like that. So, and also be able to identify like
yeah.
what these bones say, you know what I mean? Because the bones tell stories and you know you that you can't argue with. You can speculate on how or why those things happened, but you can't argue with that they happened or whatever. If that makes any sense what I'm saying.
No, I get it.
So that's why
But
the cultural anthropology side likes to focus on stuff like that, that and then speculate on, you know, the hows and whys, but focusing on like a concrete stuff that can't really be argued with. What you was gonna say?
yeah, but I mean, I think even that can be. I mean, we've seen through a lot of things over time because I know you watch Discovery Channel and this, that, and the other, where we know based on our studies that okay, different time periods that what people were there. A lot of the big ones was always mixed or whatever, but there was some that was it was a majority of certain types of people, most likely black or whatever, that during certain time periods, but they never show a representation of that. It's always more of a European uh, phenotype that they show as these people are. Different movies, even when you're talking about America, they talk about the Mayans and this, that, and the other. They show Asian looking people where, you know, it should have been people that look more like us. Because, I mean, like the copper tone or even a darker tone that could have been more Africoid, if you say. So, I
And
mean, the
that's another
racist
reason
thing.
why what I was saying, archaeology, that I was just saying, I don't know, you probably didn't hear me when I was breaking up, or that they said archaeology was racist. That's the reason why you can't really go to school for archaeology in the States. That's what I'm saying. That's the reason why they shifted the way they do this type of study, because they felt they just outwardly said it, because they
Well,
said it in my class yesterday. Like
I mean,
archaeology
but it's not
outwardly
just. I don't
racist.
think it was just here. I don't think it was just here
No,
either.
it came
Because I
from
mean,
it
it
came
was a,
from
it was a,
Europe. It was
yeah,
and it was the way they were doing it, the way of doing archaeology. And so, but that's one of the things, that's
yeah.
what I was explaining earlier. There has been a split between, there's an American style of anthropology, and then there's like a European style of anthropology, if you mean. They're totally separate and they don't respect each other or whatever. They go at it in two totally different ways.
Well, and that's one of the things I was getting to because even during the time of Darwin in the 1800s, they were, there were other archaeologists or anthropologists that was living, and I wish I remember the guy's name that argued the whole out of Africa theory, which I mean, of course, it's been debunked over and over and over again, in recent times, but as far even then, it was debunked or fought against that. What they were telling people was not true because there were separate studies that was going on, and because of Darwin's more racist views and saying, where it would separate us from, ownership of, or because there was, a plan, the agenda to, suck the resources out of America. If they showed the truth of, who was actually here, a lot of that stuff wouldn't have been able to happen because they would have, like it would show proof who were the rightful owners. They knew the rightful owners of Africa, but they had enough people over there to agree that they could use up the resources, and I guess based on whatever was happening, people that they was able to lift up to power was, would take the bribes, and they'll be fine, but the rest of the people wouldn't. So I mean, that was something that was different about America because our, our chiefs and like people that was, it's like hell no, they fight to the death for before they just allow certain things to happen. That's why things had to happen the way it did. But yeah, it's a deep racism in a lot of those. I think even in the cultural studies, as well as like the anthropology, archaeology, because they won't, they will not show you all of the real, evidence.
So, this motherfucker sound like this. Motherfuckers coming in your bathroom.
I ain't hear nothing.
Yeah, of course.
It sounded like somebody coming in the bathroom.
Coming through the fucking walls.
Oh,
the people on the other side. It's like fucking insane.
Banging on the walls or something?
Like fucking crawling through the fucking walls. It's just crazy. Good thing you can't hear. Shit's fucking driving me insane.
Yeah.
I'm sitting there with Maya, and she's like, no, you know what? Give me a fucking shot.
Yeah,
oh
right
God.
there.
What up, Pat?
I'm with a glass.
What's up, Deuce?
What's up with y'all, man? What's up, Pat? What's up, Chaka?
How you feel, man? What's good with you?
What's the deal, man?
Oh, man, ain't nothing, man. Ain't nothing much, bro. Just out here hustling. That's about it. How about y'all, man? How y'all feeling?
Man,
I feel good.
Get in, bro. Get in while I fit in.
Yeah.
I feel that. Same here, bro. Same here. Out here hustling.
Yep. Trying to get in.
I was just telling Taco a little while ago, I've been in the shop since Monday. So.
Oh, wow. Man, I remember them days right
Yeah.
there, bro. I remember them days right there, brother. But, it's like like old head always told me, it's the nature of the beast, you know what I'm saying? They run hard when they up and running, and shit, when they go down, you know what time it is.
Yeah. I
Hey,
ain't
Pat.
gonna lie. This my babies. Yeah.
Hey, man, I want to tell you something. I forgot, and I can't believe I kept forgetting to tell you this. But when you get an opportunity, Google OTR performance, and Google them. You can call them. They usually open probably about 7, 8 o'clock. And they're out of Michigan, man. I bought that tool for my truck with the last truck that I had. It's a reset tool, man. And man, it helped me out a lot. Having that, because my last truck was a 2013 Cascadia, Freightliner Cascadia. So it was like still in that first generation of DEF systems and all of that. And man, I would get all kind of codes on my truck, codes that would want to derate my truck, man. And I bought that OTR performance reset tool, which is it's basically an algorithm that you follow on the steps. And what it'll do is it'll reset all of the codes on your truck, reset all of your ash and soot levels and parameters. It'll reset all of that, allow you to regen the truck, and things of that nature. I mean, of course, if you have something truly wrong with the
Nah, I
truck,
don't
the
want
codes may come back. But the good thing about it, man, it saved me from having to run the freight liner every time my truck would throw a ghost code or something like that, or every time the truck would say it needed a regen and it wouldn't allow me to do it. I was able to park regen the truck myself, you know, through the tool. I mean, it paid for itself triple times, man. I still have that thing.
Well, you know, I'm gonna tell
But
my cousin. I'm gonna tell my cousin about it, but I had mine deleted from the beginning.
okay,
Yeah.
okay. I got you.
So
I got
yeah,
you.
I a lot of that DEF stuff I don't even deal with.
Yeah, and even me and my buddy, man, we kind of got into. He ended up buying his own computer software, and it came with the laptop and everything. It was about $5,000, but it's the same thing that the mechanic shops use to diagnose your truck. And you can plug up, and it'll show you what's wrong with your truck. You know, it also gives you diagrams as to where the part is. You know, if it's something that you want to do yourself, and you can buy the professional series where after you replace whatever part it is, you can go in and reset it in the computer so it'll clear the code out. Right? You got, man, this emissions crap has caused guys to go to that next level, man, and keep these onboard computers in their truck to be able to diagnose their trucks themselves. You know, because even if you go through like the express lane at Kenworth, you know, they want $100 just to check the damn truck out, $150 just to hook the computer to it. You know.
Yeah. Well, yeah, man. I you know, me personally, I'm like, you know, I'm not trying to have two careers and trying to carry around enough tools to be able to fix this and fix that. I'm just like, I mean, I'm sure it would save me some money, but that's a bigger headache than I want. You know.
Yeah.
You sound like
So,
me, Pat. I always just spend the money, bro. I always just. Sometimes I
because
have done
I
some
mean, who
stuff
I'm gonna point the
myself
finger at? Something.
if it's fucked up,
Yeah,
right?
no, I do little stuff, you know, myself. Yeah, but on a big job, who I'm gonna point the finger at?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, one of the reasons why my
You
buddy
know what I'm
he
saying?
ended up buying that computer software was because he had his truck deleted as well, and a lot of times once you delete the trucks, the dealers won't fuck with the truck. They won't even hook up to it to see what's wrong with it. You know what I'm saying? So a lot of times he would have issues where trying to find a mechanic to see what's wrong with the truck. You know what I'm saying? So he ended up buying that computer program just to be able to hook up and see, I know what's wrong with it. Now I can see which dealers in my path of travel would, you know, possibly have a part in stock. You know what I'm saying? I can get the part. You know, if it's something simple, I can replace it myself. If it ain't, you know, at least I got the part when I hit up a TA or hit up a mechanic shop where I'm not getting a shop upcharge for the part and all that kind of shit, you know. You know, but I get where you coming from too. You know, I wasn't real big on turning wrenches.
There's
but,
no such thing as climate.
But man, just
There's no such thing as climate.
Well, I mean, and then the way it's
even
set
the
up
term
with the
black.
company I'm with, I get discounted rates.
There's no such
As
thing.
long as I can make it back to the shop, the home, one of the home shops. I mean, I don't pay the same rates. I get, you know, parts at cost, and I get a discounted rate per hour. So, you know, it helps. You know what I'm saying?
yeah, it's a blessing, definitely,
Well,
definitely.
Let me play this. Y'all check this out.
Chaka, what was it? I was wondering what that was. Is that Jordan Peterson?
Yep. And Joe Rogan.
You know, even the term black is weird. So
Jordan Peterson joined Joe Rogan for one hell of a ridiculous, absurd.
That's like decide which set of. So that means this is something that.
That
well,
one,
that's because
I'd watch it, but I stopped watching it because of crap like this, because this is what the conversations have turned into. So here's the first clip where Jordan Peterson opens by discussing the climate crisis and his thoughts on this.
climate change one is a weird one. So that
Well,
one,
that's because there's no such thing as climate, right? Climate and everything are the same word. And that's what bothers me about the climate change types. It's like, this is something that bothers me about it technically. It's like, climate is about everything. So, okay. But your models aren't based on everything. Your models are based on a set number of variables.
Yeah.
So that means you've reduced the variables, which are everything, to that set. Well, how did you decide which set of variables to include in the equation if it's about everything? And that's not just a criticism. That's like, if it's about everything, your models aren't right. Because your models do not and cannot model everything.
This is what the podcast has turned into. Absolutely nothing was said for 50 seconds. Get to the second clip here where they are talking about race.
Nah,
what did Michael Eric Dyson call you? A mean angry white man?
Yeah, and a mean, angry white man. Yeah.
Hilarious.
Yeah, yeah.
You're not mean at all.
Yeah, yeah.
That's what's dumb about that statement. It's you're not mean at all. It's
I am white. Actually, that's a lie too. I'm kind of tan, and he was actually not black.
If you're tan,
he was
what
sort
the
of
fuck
brown.
am I? Because I'm darker than you.
Yeah, yeah.
That's ridiculous.
Yeah, but neither of us are white.
Well, I'm Italian.
And
mostly.
he was brown, not black.
Well, isn't that weird?
Yeah, it's really weird.
The black and white thing is so strange
Yeah,
because
like
the shades are so
tan and brown.
There's such a spectrum of shades of people. Unless you're talking to someone who is like 100% African from the darkest place where they're not wearing any clothes all day and they've developed all that melanin to protect themselves from the sun. You know, even the term black is weird. And when you use it for people that are literally my color, it becomes very strange.
Yeah, yeah.
You know,
this is true.
What? What?
I don't really care for his comments about it on the show. Yeah, he's so left. Yeah, he's so left that his brain is rot sometimes. I mean, I really like his show. I enjoy watching his content because he be bringing, he's in Canada. So he looks at our politics from Canada. And so sometimes his commentary is really good because he's like an outsider and he's not as tainted by, the American United States politics, if that makes any sense. So, but he's so left. Sometimes he's like just not trying to hear. And they like to make fun of everything. They like to laugh at everything. Like everything is funny. Like they're just ridiculous. They don't know what they're talking about.
Yeah, and Joe Rogan and Jordan Peterson were having, like they were still very surface. You know what I'm saying? But like they said a lot of things that, I mean, if you had any part of that type of conversation, like you could get it. You will understand that, because that's like climate. That whole thing with climate. Because I mean, we can go into the white and black thing, but with the conversation of climate, is that like everything does work together. I mean, a storm can change the way, the rain or whatever did, the position of the earth, the way it was spent in the daytime, like all of these different things change what, the outcomes based on, the position of the earth, the, previous things that happened that day, maybe even, some of the things that's put out in the air for pollution and like everything plays a part. So how can you really give a true, accurate answer if you're not calculating all of the, possibilities?
But in their defense, what I would say is that when they say climate change, it's another one of those things that has been branded badly, and maybe they could come with a better name for it, but I think a lot of times when we focus on those terms, though, we miss the point, because in reality, we know that, the weather is changing, there's a trend, you know what I'm saying? Clearly. I think
why,
why is a question, but I think that humans did have has had an impact on it, but I also think that it's one of the natural cycles because it's like coming out of an ice age. But it's like we're accelerating it. You know what I'm saying? We're making it happen faster, than it should be happening naturally. We're,
Well,
like
so
we're
should
adding grease to it.
should humans not be on Earth? Because I mean, as long as I know, like I mean, we as long as we've known, there's always been humans on this planet, and through all of the different cycles of the what you call it, the processions of the equinox or whatever, the clock of destiny, as I call it, like throughout all of these different times there were humans, so it always have affected the earth. So how is it any different now than it was before? Like,
Because
there's
as far as
technologies that existed, even there were
but as far as we
technologies that
know,
existed then that changed.
as far as we know, no other, previous human civilization was able to pull so much like natural resources from the earth so fast and like burn it up and put it in the air. As far as we know. So
But,
the rate
but
that
see,
we use these resources, because the earth naturally replenishes this stuff, but it takes time. But we
exactly.
are pulling the shit really fast, faster than just look at the
Who's
trees.
to say
I
that
was
we are?
watching
I mean,
because there's evidence. I saw a video recently that showed the evolution of, I think it was like Brazil. I think this was in Brazil, and it was showing the forest, and it showed how it looked in like 1971 to now, and it's the amount of trees.
because the dummies are going and cutting down all of them.
Yeah,
Bro,
that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
that's where a lot of, I know, but I mean that's not like a natural cause. That's
That's
not like,
causing
and
that affects climate change. The trees, you know, absorb the
it,
carbon dioxide, and also, one thing that a lot of people have to think about is like the reflection and absorption of like heat on the planet. That's the part that I think a lot of people don't understand, is that like, the colors reflect the light or absorb the light or whatever, stuff like
well,
that. You know what I'm saying?
well,
Hold heat,
no,
and all these different
I get it.
natural habitats that we have around the planet are there to regulate help, stabilize our weather. That's the reason why we were able to, evolve and become what we are,
But I
because
hear
of us.
everybody talk about
Well,
climate change. Well, how can you be the change? Because we're all addicted to the creature comforts of life. We're sitting here having this conversation, but there's just some things in life that we're not willing to go without. And then the main people that are marketing climate change, they own half of the fucking companies that they claim that's destroying the earth. you
That's
know, and that's on both parties. That's Democrat,
sure.
that's Republican. They own these companies that fucking take and cut down trees and manufacture wood for
Well,
building purposes.
that
They
goes
own
into
these
his
oil
main.
companies. They own all of these things. So
you're hitting the heart of the whole argument, and I think
Yeah,
that's the part that
exactly.
people
You go.
don't want to talk about. They don't want to get to this point of the argument where it's like, okay, we're all guilty. You know what I'm saying? And
the thing about it is, I feel like the big,
No, we're all
the big
not
people
guilty.
that are at
A
the
lot of
top,
us are subject.
the
All of us are
big people
not
that are
guilty. A
at the
lot of
top.
us are just subject to what's going on. I guess maybe for the fact that we hadn't bum rushed the show and taken these people out of power. I mean,
that's
we could be counted at fault for that. But
that's what I'm saying.
as
Submissive,
far as
accepting this shit.
yeah. But I mean, cause like really, if we look at like Amazon, where they cut down a bunch of trees and stuff over the last few years, that collectively, like they knocked down most of that rainforest. So I mean, without that rainforest, the ecosystem that we deal with in the rest of the world is gonna change because of them cutting down a
The
bunch of the
whole
trees.
world. And
And
that's what my point is. And that's what we have to start looking at. things in a bigger way and saying that we do have an impact, that's the argument. But going back to what Deuce is saying, that is the heart of the whole thing, though. That is really what's happening. And also, the name of the show is What is Neoliberalism? And I would say
Yes.
that is an impact of neoliberalism. And later on in the show, I got a video for us to, I wanted to fart around for a little while before we got to the meat of things. But that I want to talk about neoliberalism because I think people don't really understand it. We throw the word around, it's just another word that throws around. But it has the word liberal in it, so people automatically thinking that it's coming from the left, but it's not. And it's just like what I was saying before about the both wings. Both wings agree with neoliberalism. You know what I'm saying? Both parties are on board with this shit.
Yeah. I just think like the way that they have marketed this whole climate change deal, it's almost like the people at the top, the way they're marketing it and they're putting it on the forefront and engraving it in our brains as the small people, it's almost, if you think about it, it's an inequality in it. They want us to suffer and go without certain things that they aren't willing to go without. They're not willing to go without making their billions of dollars a year, and their infrastructure and what they're doing that's affecting that's a direct effect of the climate. But yet and still they're telling us and they're making it where like, oh well, you should recycle this, you should do this, you should do that. Basically wanting us as citizens, as people, to go without the certain things, but they continue to do what the fuck they want. That's why I don't buy into that bullshit.
That shit is so much bullshit. Because every time they come to me with that shit, I'll be like, how the hell my one little ass, like they talking about reduce your trash, and how the fuck my one person ass gonna have an impact on? If you really want to have an impact, get on Nestle and make them niggas produce their product in a way that's biodegradable, some sustainable way. You know what I'm saying? Any company, and force them to make their products in a way that it's not producing more fucking trash. Now that's gonna have an impact. What the fuck I do as an individual is not gonna have that much of an impact in the overall picture of things. And then back to what you were saying though, the idea is individualism, because that's what it is. Get yours, look out for you and your family. And if you got to fuck over a bunch of niggas or whoever, long as your family and people is good, get yours. It's all about the individual. And you know what I'm saying? That's the reason why you don't care about the environment, because it's like, fuck it, I'm not going to be here anyways. I'm going to be dead by the time all that shit get all fucked up.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think anybody who lives without thinking about the future is just fucking. I put you in the category as Satan. You're one of those. If we, gonna, you're the devil. I mean, if you don't, you have children. You go around here fucking and producing other people, and you don't have any concern of what they're gonna deal with as as they try to go through life, live on this planet, and you know try to at least try to replicate or do better than what we did, then you are an ass. Like, you're just total asshole.
Yeah.
You
Because not even your
that's total
kids, your
selfish.
cousins, other family members, just
No,
humanity.
well, yeah. Well, I mean, my like my cousin, like the next generation of my cousins, those are my kids. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? Like, I mean, I don't
That's how we looked
when
at it
I'm at a
in
family
the past.
in a family gathering, yeah, in a family gathering, my cousins' sons that are there that may not. I give the example that I can give to them for them to push on. Like I said, they do a good job with them, but at the same time, I talk to them just like I would my son, or like I do my son, and but we've gotten so far away from family,
Right.
being,
Don't say
because I
nothing to
mean,
my
like
kid. You
in
better not
some
say nothing to my
families,
kid.
there's yeah, no, it, say, bro, th- that's where, like, we've allowed our our true values to not reign supreme above those who claim to be in power. Because I mean, even though, you know what I'm saying, there's people who, you know, I guess they've given these themselves these titles. We've, you know, I guess voted some of these people in the office that, you know, they can go in and make some laws and rules and this, that, and the other. But I mean, ultimately, there's no laws or rules that's above the universal laws. And
Right.
when, you know, we allow these people to, you know, do
We're
all these things without any repercussions, I mean, yeah, I
we're
would say
pushing
that we're
against
at fault for.
our own natural culture. You know what I'm saying? Like I say, it's the individualism shit. So wait, what do y'all think about the other part of the
It,
comment before we move on? The other part of the video where they was talking about the shades of color. And it's interesting that they're having that conversation as two white guys. And also I can see how that is probably going viral. It might get them in trouble or who knows. You know what I'm saying? You know how sensitive everybody is now on the internet. But what do y'all think about those comments?
well, well, I think it opens the door for the conversation that, you know, is like age old. Like, I mean, it's been small pockets of us that have been having that conversation to where it's old to us. But, you know, for them to actually say it, I mean, maybe it'll broaden the conversation to other communities where, you know, people maybe start realizing, you know, where all this stuff derived and why all this happens, and can maybe make a change where, you know, people who actually benefit from the color coded system may say, that's stupid. You know, that's the only thing that I can really see that might really come out of that. But I mean, that still went over a bunch of people's heads. You know, it's like, yeah, no, I'm really no white is no, I'm not white. I'm tan. Yeah. Some people just it just smooth went over their head, but for others, you know, it might open up a conversation where, but I mean, but the people who where that can truly make the change already know this information. They know, you know, why it's in place, how it got in place, you know, why they continue to use it. And that was something that I've been talking about before. Like, I mean, that's the talking about Christopher Columbus without talking, you know, when we talk about history and we talk about Christopher
Or
Columbus
mink.
without talking about the doctrine of discovery, we've totally ignored, you know, the meat and, you know, potatoes of what all of that, you know, means and stand for. Because I mean, these people are still living up to something that happened in the 1500s, something that they, you know, that they've tried to use against dark people, black people from the 1500s, late 1400s, the 15th century for sure. All that stuff kind of began, but I mean,
It's
a
like
lot of most people don't know about it.
black
Yeah.
codes and shit like that.
What it's kind of like it was kind of the one of the first black codes there was, but I mean that was, I mean, the real black codes that, as we know it, as we call it, I mean that was still more so the 1900s, the early 1900s. But it's we
I
we we
want to.
we 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 have to have a deeper conversation about this. But if we continue to go by just the curriculum that they given us, like, we're gonna stay blind and be blinder and blinder, because they're still trying to change how our, you know, how even our kids learn history now. You know, so I mean, it'll be like none of that stuff even happen at some point if we don't, you know, at least start teaching some of that stuff at home. But you know, of course, most parents are so busy that they don't even get a chance to understand uh, a lot of that stuff. You know what I'm saying? So it's a catch-22.
Yep. And I see a lot of white dudes who marry Asian chicks and then they make a family and everything. I don't know what it is about that. And it's like an Asian chick from somewhere else. Anyways, I want to change the subject. But let's be careful when we talk about this. Check it out.
Did quite a bit about doing this radar. I have wanted to talk about this for quite some time. I've known about this subject for quite some time, but I have hesitated greatly about talking about it. And that is because I worry that people will take out their fear on animals. And I just want to caution, please, please, please do not harm innocent animals. That being said, we do need to talk about the elephant in the room, or mink, or leopard, or cat, or dog. From zoos to farms to wildlife to even domestic cats and dogs, there have been many reports of various animals of varying types catching COVID. That's right. It's possible your little furry family member might have caught COVID at the same time as you and everyone else in your family. And sometimes when animals catch COVID, it comes with dire consequences. For example, 3 snow leopards actually died from COVID at an Illinois zoo last year. Actually, one also recently died. Another one recently died this year as well. And to prevent that outcome, many zoos have begun administering the vaccine to the animals. It's a special version of the vaccine. Now, that's a much better fate than what some animals have faced. After minks on a farm in Denmark were found to have caught COVID from human handlers back in 2020, the nation ordered 17 million minks to be terminated. Why? Because they discovered the minks had contracted COVID from a human. Then the virus mutated inside the minks. Then the minks passed that mutated version of the virus back to the human handlers. So they exterminated them, and they didn't even use their fur. They buried them. Now, the CDC says there is no evidence animals play a significant role in spreading COVID, but the obvious next question is, how do they know? Are they testing animals regularly? Because humans can barely get tests. So bottom line is they aren't looking into this, and maybe it's better that they don't, because again, I worry many animals will meet the same fate as minks when people who are trying to expel unvaccinated people from society find out it isn't just the people they need to be worried about. After all, a shelter in Australia put down over a dozen dogs that were up for adoption when they discovered they had caught COVID. Another atrocious thing Australia has done during this pandemic. So this takes me to Omicron. Now, some experts believe that Omicron may have mutated in rats. And the reason they think this is because Omicron is not related to any of the more recent mutations. It actually traces back to variants that circulated in humans over a year ago. So what leads some experts to believe it came from rodents rather than humans is the unique mutations of Omicron. The original virus that came out of Wuhan was unable to infect rats or rodents in general. In order for the virus to infect them, the virus had to develop 7 unique mutations. And it turns out all 7 are found in Omicron. So we could theoretically vaccinate all the zoo animals, and we could also get our furry family members vaccinated also. I think some people are even looking into that. But what about the white-tailed deer that have been found to be infected? What about the minks? What about the otters that have been found to be infected, and hippos? What about the rats? This has always been the issue with the idea that we could vaccinate this virus away. Other viruses we vaccinate to eradicate, viruses like measles, polio, smallpox, none of them infected animals. However, viruses like the flu, which have infected swine and birds, amongst many other animals, we've been unable to eradicate. And that's likely where we are headed with COVID. So again, I want to caution that I've known about this for a long, long time, since 20.
Okay. I love this chick right here too, the black chick. She was Bernie Sanders' press secretary. And she has a show. I don't know if they're putting her on the show as a guest or they're adding her on. She's really blowed up since Bernie ran for president and failed. She would have been the White House press secretary. Really smart chick and beautiful. Anyways, what y'all think?
Well, one of the things that I picked out of it at the end was watch that she used the word swine, because I mean swine is one of those animals that we eat. She didn't mention cows or chickens, any of the things that we eat, because that would send a big alarming tale. But we knew, like in China, they burned a bunch of pigs in China, like 2 years ago at the beginning of all of this because supposedly they were infected uh, with the virus. So I think this is something that they've known, and instead of really sparking a certain you know
Panic
I guess jump in the spark, yeah, a panic amongst the people with food, then
to disrupt their
but
income. Go ahead.
yeah, exactly. I mean, a lot of it boils down to it. I mean, if they saying, because I can't say that I haven't eaten beef or chicken. I've been eating a lot of fish mostly, but if maybe a lot of people have got it was spread through food. You know what I'm
I don't
saying? I mean,
know,
that's one of the things that people would have to think.
but I know if they say rats can, then any little you could just be catch it from some wild animal. You know that means that it's out there. It's there.
I mean, a rat. Yeah, yeah. I mean, if we're gonna talk about rats, I mean, if you think of the population of rats,
That's what I'm
that's
saying. And then
and
last semester at my class, one of my classes was diseases of antiquity, and a lot of the really nasty diseases were spread by rats
well,
historically.
yeah, I would not be surprised. And I mean, if you really think about it, the way they move, I mean, they'll be in and out of your house to the next house and so
Yeah,
on in minutes, and
yeah, and then
so
gave
I
everybody
mean,
COVID just by coming up
yeah.
in there or something.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think that's one of the things that why they would not really want to speak much on that. But I think it's been possible from the beginning because I mean, like I said, I don't think China took thousands of swine, pigs to a big open hole where they like a landfill and set them on fire for no reason.
Yeah,
Yeah. Exactly. That's crazy, man. He I always try to remember that movie. I don't know, I forget the name of it, but I want to say it was Matt
Outbreak.
Damon and Gwyneth Paltrow, and she took a trip over to China, and come to find out that the virus that she had came home with, and it was infected. It had really took a toll on her and killed her, and then a lot of people were getting infected with it. It was because she had ate at this restaurant, and the actual virus actually came from a pig. And you remember how they were in New York, and one of the ladies from the CDC ended up contracting the same thing and dying, and they dumped her body and all of these other people's body in this massive grave. They just dumped their bodies in them, and they had all these trailers with dead bodies and shit. Like, I think they've been knowing that diseases, a lot of the diseases that are in humans that spread have come from animals for years. I think that's why they always tell you to cook your meat to a certain temperature to try to kill off any type of bacteria, all of those type of things. I think they've been knowing that. I don't think COVID is just, the first virus. I mean, I think people are more aware of COVID. People paying more attention to it, but like it's been, animals' food has been infecting people with viruses
I
since
didn't
the
realize
beginning
how
of time.
restrictive some of this was.
You know, I think, in my personal opinion, you think about a lot of the illnesses that people are affected by in
I didn't
different
realize how
communities.
restrictive.
It comes from the foods and shit that they eat and how they eat and things of that nature. So I wouldn't be surprised if certain viruses are that they administer these viruses to certain animals, animals that they know people regularly eat, you know, as a some way of population control. They know that it's going to take out, a lot of people,
we got to be careful with that. Um, That all I can say is shit.
That's just my conspiracy theory side of me popping out, but I'll be quiet. I don't want you to get banned, but that's just, I think like that, and
Yeah, that would be a reason to not eat so much meat. Maybe it's just a
Well,
scare tactic for people to come up to this conclusion on their own, so that they could just start selling them all these vegan products that they have, just to make
I
money a
mean,
whole
there's a
nother way.
problem. There's a problem
that
with that as well now. I mean, you know, s- I mean, I'm sure you've seen some of the what's the Impossible Chicken,
Yeah,
yeah, that shit is
like
horrible for you, bro. All of the chemicals and shit they put in that shit.
yeah. I mean, that's like, I mean, really, like they get to a point where when a fad comes about, a new, a new trend that comes about, that they try to get ahead of it because they can produce so much of whatever stuff you want to say, like they can eliminate, say it's not, it doesn't have this, it doesn't have that, it doesn't have that, but it doesn't list everything that it does have.
Yeah,
So that
yeah,
presents a problem as well, because I mean, if we really think about it, I mean, from the point of having baby formula, us not feeding our babies from the tit, and using baby formula was the beginning of them being able to manipulate a lot of the chemicals, the hormones, and things that our children have, and they're able to bypass and go straight into adults through fast food, because I mean, we're some of the biggest slaves to the system on that, where we'll automatically eat it and feed it to our children. So
some brand new
we got to really be
experimental
careful.
ass, some brand new experimental ass shit. Hey, did
Yeah,
you try that?
and a lot of us, a lot of people,
Did you try that chicken?
huh?
Them chick. Hold on. Damn it! I was trying to make a joke. Them damn chicken from Taco Bell or some shit. Like, you know what's crazy about us? We the biggest damn commercials, bro. We walk in ads. We walk around. We a bigger ad than the damn ads that come on the damn TV,
Yeah,
selling
I
each
mean,
other
I know
garbage.
y'all remember the hysteria from
With the chicken sandwich, when they ran out of chicken
chicken
sandwiches.
sandwich.
Yeah,
You know what I'm saying?
that
There
shit
was
was so
something
retarded.
there was something in it that made people lose their damn mind. Like they didn't had it once, and then now everybody's running to, and then the word of mouth of, man, that shit was the bomb. You got to
Yeah,
go, man. Say, bro, just go get you one. Now, look, you know what? Here go $5. I could go get. I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like telling
yeah.
people to go, and it's like it's really insane
I
that
think it
we
was
do this.
successful
And
marketing,
we're
and it shows how
well, it
brainwashed
well,
people are. Zombie robots. They get
no,
triggered.
it, yeah,
which is crazy because Chick-fil-A
that's
been
on the
producing
that's
that shit
on
for
the
years.
surface. There's scientists
Yeah,
who have studied that sandwich and said there was something in that mix, that what they were doing to it, that made it highly addictive. Like like at what point in time have we ever seen somebody run to a fast food restaurant to get any item that
man,
will
they
have
do
you
do that.
fighting people in the drive-through?
I have to argue with you on that one because when they what was the name of it? Krispy Kreme.
I'm just
We had
asking
a
which one.
look. I'm to give you another example. Krispy Kreme went out of business or whatever. It shut down. We had like multiple Krispy Kremes in Houston. We had the big one downtown. I remember I used to go to it. And then we didn't have no Krispy Kreme. And Krispy Kreme came back recently. What was it, like a year ago or so? And it was when it opened up, it was lines like all down the street, and it was like that for the first, like, I don't know, months that it opened. And I want to say it was more than one location they opened, and it was these long ass lines. You know what I'm talking about, right, Deuce? Remember when Krispy Kreme? Did you see that shit happen? I'm the only one that
Nah, I
remembers
thought
this shit.
Krispy Kreme was non-existent. I
I
thought they.
remember. I remember when
Yeah,
Krispy Kreme.
I don't really fuck with that type of shit. So
Yeah, well, Krispy
Yeah,
Kreme
I
came
remember when
back.
Krispy Kreme came. Because I know, in Houston, since I've been, when I was living in Houston, the Shipley's was the thing. Like,
Yeah,
and
it still
I
is.
like, but yeah, but then there's when I saw that they came with a Krispy Kreme, I've never been a Krispy Kreme because I mean, for me, like I rejected like all of the glaze that they put on it. Like it's just was
Super
way
sweet
too much sugar. Just biting
and melts
into it make
in your
my teeth
mouth.
sensitive, and I have good, I yeah, but in Baton Rouge where I grew up, that was a staple. That was one of the things like people would drive from one side of town to this one main Krispy Kreme where you know when the hot sign come on, like there was an accident in
See,
the
that's
well
you're
I'm
supporting my point.
no
That
no
niggas be the point is niggas be acting the ass sometimes when it's related to the
but
fast
but
food shit.
but to me that's still I mean that doesn't negate my point that there's something that they're because the sugar is
It
probably
could be,
one of the worst drugs that ever
yeah.
hit the the fast food market because like they put sugar in stuff that we would never put in our food cooking it at home.
Yeah, because it's probably not even real sugar and shit. It's some damn shit they synthesized in the lab.
Well, I mean the fructose, the stuff that they label as fructose, or all that kind of stuff. That's stuff that they'll put on like in anything. Like if bread, like uh, I mean anything, but whatever it is, like it was very addictive, and it drove for whatever reason it started making people crazy.
Yeah,
So I think there's a chemical element. Yeah, I believe there's a chemical element that is really, you know,
something addictive that they're putting
struck
in.
people and got them to that point. Yes,
Did y'all hear about the
I mean
Biden?
to call for. No, I was just gonna say to call for fist fights in the damn restaurant or in the parking lot in the drive-through says enough of me.
Yeah, I think they're zombie robots, but I'm not finna stand in no long ass line for no damn donuts, bro. I'm not doing that shit.
Or no chicken
Or
sandwiches.
no
No,
burger or nothing.
no.
No.
I mean, I already
because
don't
my
like big
thing is
crowds, so
Chick-fil-A
I
has
mean,
been producing
I'll be like,
chicken.
all right, I'm out.
Go ahead, Deuce.
I was just saying, like to
Yeah,
me,
Chick
it was
Fil A. I
pointless the
mean,
way people were
they could
acting
have
because
something.
Chick-fil-A has been
They could have
producing this shit for years.
have
Yeah.
a lower level. They could have some of the same stuff, but at a lower level. But at the same time, they have a better system where they're still orderly getting the drug. You know
I
what I'm saying? They're getting the
I think
drug
it's
very
both, but I
fast
think
pace.
marketing. I think marketing. We can't under. We have to underscore marketing, man, because Chick-fil-A is super popular, and like at my school, Chick-fil-A is always the longest line. Like that's always what everybody is getting, and there's a lot of choices in there. But that one is the most popular,
Yeah.
and my
Bro,
daughter
but
loves the hell out of
but but
Chick-fil-A.
but it's so
Um,
orderly that
it's
in comparison,
organized.
because I mean, you just think about the structure of Chick-fil-A and the structure of Popeyes. Like the people in Popeyes are totally disorderly,
Yeah, you
so
liable to be
it's
in
not
there
gonna work
forever,
at
waiting
Popeyes for
on
them
some
to. And it's
some chicken that's already done sitting
yeah,
there
and then
right there. You looking at
then
it.
they're running out like
You
they
like,
didn't.
I'm looking at my chicken right there. Just put it in a damn box. What the fuck's taking so long?
Yeah, they didn't order enough or whatever however it went. Like it was totally out of control, and it really didn't make any sense because you're advertising a new thing that you want to catch on, but you only ordered so much for each store. Is that's
But
disorderly.
but
Like
it
that's
shows how different the organizations are run, because you see how smooth it is on the normal times at Chick-fil-A. You go right through the line, like it's so organized, and they pay their people pretty good there at Chick-fil-A. And then, like I
well,
said, I
yeah,
have to
because
mention,
if you fall out of order, if you fall out of order, you might have to be back there doing some damn push-ups. You know what I'm saying? Like,
and
I
they
mean
make their
that's how serious I
uniforms.
believe they are.
Their uniforms always look good and clean and all of that. You go to Popeyes, they liable to be dirty. It might only be 3 or 4 of them back there. They might be fighting and arguing and shit because they're not getting paid as much.
Yeah,
The company is not run very well, so it's already just not run very well. They tried to do this big promotion and they couldn't handle it. They bit off more than they could
Yeah,
chew.
the
exactly.
thing, the structure of Chick-fil-A is
I
that
think that was a
the franchise, the way that their franchises are ran, you have to go by a certain guideline, and if you get out of that guideline, Chick-fil-A will kick you out of the franchise and take it over. Whereas Popeyes, you can just
well,
start a
yeah. I mean, but
franchise and it's like
that's the same
whatever,
with any.
you know.
No, it's not, no. There's guidelines through them all. Like in order for you to own or purchase and buy into one of the franchises, you supposed to be just as orderly. But in a lot of cases, these stores just like they don't hire the best people. They don't pay, just like what Chalk was saying in the beginning. Like a lot of the pay stuff messes with your morale. If you go to work and you already know that you're not gonna make enough money to pay your bills or have any kind of enjoyment in your life after you pay what bills you can, you're gonna be in a bad mood from the beginning. So you know
Huh?
you're never getting the
Cooking
people.
food for people hungry.
Yeah, yeah. You're a service provider, and you don't have the service mindset because you know making sure people are happy with you know whatever product that you're selling. Like you have to be happy to be selling that product.
And that
You
shit is
gotta
not
you
made with
gotta
love.
encourage that the people that's buying it. Exactly. You got to encourage the people, in order to do good, you got to encourage the people that's purchasing it that they made a good decision before they even taste it or
Yeah,
use it.
yeah, yeah. It's not made
You know
with
what I'm
love.
saying? So,
So I pretty much avoid. I've been eating less and less and less and less and less fast food. It's just none of it is really healthy for you, and it's that
me too.
convenience thing that we was talking about before. Because Chick-fil-A ain't good for you. Because if you're telling yourself Chick-fil-A, now they do have some nice salads. They have some good salads there. They're way
Well,
overpriced though, and you could throw that salad together yourself for a couple dollars.
yeah. Well, I mean, once you really realize that, even like when you go to the grocery store, because I mean, if you look at how farms are growing, like how they're growing, like they're not like most of it is somewhat like I guess you could say like a GMO, or the land that they're using is not fulfilled, is not being rejuvenated with the right type of nutrients. Like you've feel like you've eaten a good meal, but you're still not getting what you should out of it.
Your
I mean,
body's not getting the
just
nutrients. We have to eat
yeah,
fresh food. We have to eat life. That's what it is. It's like life. That's why the
what
plants, it's living
what else?
fresh.
But that's what I'm saying. But that's what I'm trying to say. Like, I mean, even when you get your lettuces and your leafy greens and this, that, and the other, but if your soil it has been depleted of nutrients, where the plants gonna get it from?
Yeah.
Therefore, where you gonna get it from?
Yeah. And then they use these chemical fertilizers and other things, these other chemicals to I used to grow stuff. So they have a lot of stuff out there like that to that you put into the soil. Because I had this stuff called,
Yeah,
I think it was called Miracle Grow. It stink like a motherfucker. It kind of smelled like my mom had a vitamin deficiency one time, and she had to take this dark, stinky stuff. I can't think of what the hell it is. Is it iron? I think it's iron, and it stinks, and and it's like concentrated, and you just pour a little of that in the soil, and it gives a boost to the plants. So I'm just saying from my experience
Yeah.
that I know that they have a lot of shit out there like that. They've been working on
Well, yeah, no,
technologies
I
like
mean, you
that
can
forever.
treat the soil,
But
yeah,
that's still
but I mean,
synthetic
in
though.
mass, a
That's
lot of
yeah.
to
It,
an extent. No, I mean to
it's
an extent because I mean, if you're doing it properly, you're still, like I mean, it takes too much time to wait. Like you won't be able to utilize that land, which they're gonna utilize it every
yeah, they
year, no matter what, and
right.
they'll
They don't
get
care
whatever they'll grow what they can. Yeah,
because
and
they want to
but
make
then there's
profit.
some stuff like when we talk Monsanto and all of the stuff that it creates, you know, they have stuff that will make all this stuff grow, but it doesn't necessarily make it nutritional.
Did y'all hear the stupid son of a bitch comment that Biden made? Did y'all hear about that yet? It was a hot mic moment.
I think I saw something, but I didn't get a chance to really hear it. I was trying to get to my news app to find out, but matter of fact, I got distracted with some other stuff that popped up first. So
Check it out.
I didn't realize how restrictive some of this was. How restrictive some of this was. But you're going to make a difference in ordinary people's lives. Ordinary people's lives are going to make a difference. So anyway, Brian, the floor is yours.
Mr. President, could you give us a brief update on your call with European leaders on what's happening in Ukraine today?
The only reason I don't like doing this is you never report on why I've called a meeting. And this is really important. I had a very, very, very good meeting, total unanimity with all the European leaders. We'll talk about it later. Thank you.
Thank you.
Will you send troops to Ukraine, sir?
Why are you sending 8,500 troops to Ukraine, possibly?
Thank you, guys.
Will you take questions on inflation then?
Let's do it. Thank you. Thank you
Do you
all.
think inflation is a political liability?
That's a great asset. More inflation. What a stupid son of a bitch.
We'll play the little end part again. Hold on.
What a stupid son of a bitch. Inflation. That's a great asset. More inflation. What a stupid son of a bitch.
I like him more
because he's
now.
not prepared.
What was said? What did he say?
He said, "What an asset."
What did he say, brother? I can't really hear.
And
I
it
didn't
was
realize
being
how restrictive.
sarcastic.
the last guy asked him about inflation. They already had said the press conference was over, and you know how the press are. They try to get some more, so they kept asking questions, and then one guy asked, "Is inflation what is important? Is that going to be important in the midterms?" Let me hear.
Great asset.
Hold on, I'm gonna play it one more time right here.
Thank you. Thank
Do
you
you
all.
think inflation is a political liability?
That's a great asset. More inflation. What a stupid son of a bitch.
But the guy was saying, is it a political asset? Do you think it'll be a political asset in the midterms? and Biden was like, "What an asset! What a stupid son of a bitch."
Yeah.
I like him more now. That makes me like him a little bit more, just a little bit.
Shit, man. He can.
I don't like that motherfucker. Really, you gonna like him because he called somebody a fuck that?
Nah, say, bro. Look, I'm gonna tell you something.
Fuck that dude.
If that was Obama or Trump, they would have tried to address some of these things. If it's like, hey, I can't, I don't have enough time to really get much into that, but blah blah blah. They would have tried to say something. You can go look back at almost any press conference or whatever that they've had. Like they try to answer, certain questions as if they have time permitting. For him, he's still just sitting there. He ain't in no rush to go nowhere, but he don't want to answer no questions. You know what I'm saying? At least those two, if we could say in recent time, you know, they would at least be on the move. Yeah, no, look, while they're walking, God, blah blah blah, say whatever they can say. It's all right. Well, look, I got to get going, blah blah blah. You know, we'll talk later. You know what I'm saying? This dude is just sitting there. He knows he don't know what the fuck is going on, and for him, like, he done got chastised by his people. It's like, hey, you need to shut the fuck up because you be saying when you go off, when you pull from the hook from the hip, you be saying some stupid shit. So he got to get reprogrammed for each situation, each conversation, because he don't really know what the fuck is going on. Or as Medea would say, goings on. He don't have no clue. He don't know. Like, he's say, bro, it's ridiculous. This dude is a travesty.
That's what the rednecks would
Worst
call a
president
complete asshat.
Of our time.
So you guys are fans of
Doctor
Biden?
like that motherfucker.
So you guys are fans of Biden? You guys voted for Biden? Is that what you guys are saying?
I love to hate his
I didn't vote
ass.
for Biden. I didn't vote for Biden. I'll tell you that.
Hey, internet friend.
Let's go, Brandon. Let's go, Brandon.
I'm gonna go into a little bit of conspiracy theory type stuff, and then we're gonna circle back to the what's the name in the neoliberalism. It was the doctor related to what the hell? I'm trying to remember. And he mysteriously died, and they said he drowned. I want to say he was
Come on, Biden.
a high officer.
And be forgetting your thoughts on the show, Biden. Come on.
I want to say he was a guy in the CDC, and they talk about he drowned. It's a really weird story.
Too, and through an accelerated sequence of events over the past 2 years, something strange is happening everywhere at all times. But I'm not everywhere at all times. I'm just in Atlanta. I was born here. I reside in the metro, so
The
this is where the
CDC
bulk of my attention
home
on
is
current
in
events is
Atlanta.
exhausted. In this place to which Hollywood has laid
I
claim.
know.
This place which the Centers for Disease Control, or the CDC, calls home. Last time I made a video about Georgia was 2017, 2018, after Red Mercury scare in Atlanta. Red mercury being an assumed fictional substance, not thought to exist outside of the pages of science fiction. A substance capable of changing any explosive into a nuclear one with only a small amount of the substance. There were rumors back in the 1970s that a supposedly top-secret nuclear material began appearing on the international arms black market labeled as red due to its purported association with the Soviet Union. But in 2017, within the same hour that Atlanta's I-85 bridge caught fire and shut down the entire interstate, several roads in Atlanta were shut down following reports that an individual had walked into the offices of the U.S. Nuclear Regulatory Commission claiming to have red mercury on his person, which he claimed to have acquired from Africa. Homeland Security, the police, a bomb squad, firefighters, and a hazardous materials hazmat team were called to the scene to investigate. Eventually, the scene was declared safe. No further details were provided after the incident, and the focus of the media stayed on the bridge fire, which they eventually blamed on a homeless camp under the bridge. And as time passed, people stopped asking questions, the interest fizzled out, and the focus shifted elsewhere from rumors of alchemy, away from the city on the 33rd parallel of the Deep South. Until a year later, at least, when a prominent CDC epidemiologist and commander in the U.S. Public Health Service, 35-year-old Dr. Timothy Cunningham, made a mysterious disappearance. Epidemiology, if you didn't know, is a method used to find the causes of health outcomes in diseases in populations. Studying public health problems like environmental exposures such as air pollutants and chemicals, natural disasters like the aftermath of Hurricane Katrina, terrorism events like 9/11 or anthrax attacks, and of course, the study of infectious disease on a population, like the flu, HIV/AIDS, Ebola, and we can't forget coronaviruses. After leaving work complaining of feeling unwell in early February of 2018, communication with Dr. Cunningham's friends and family ceased. He reportedly told his neighbor the day he went missing to erase his number from their cell phone. His family found his wallet, his car, even his dog, all left behind in his Atlanta home. 2 months later, his body was discovered in the Chattahoochee River, and after a medical examiner identified his remains, he deduced that the cause of death was drowning. Dr. Cunningham was found in his running shoes, his pockets weighted down by 3 crystals, which I make mentions of each time I cover this story because it's just so odd to me that someone so straight-laced, fact-based everything is doing like new agey stuff like being an avid collector of crystals, which he obviously had in there for, I don't know, did he just discover them down by the Chattahoochee? Obviously, I think he had them in there because he thought they brought some sense of protection or something like that. And police said there was no indication of foul play, even though this poor fellow was a high-level CDC employee who had access to weapons and information that could impact the entire world. But again, no foul play suspected. How do you feel about that verdict now, looking back at this story almost 4 years later, after everything that's happened with this whole pandemic? Back in September of 2021, something strange once again emerged from the Chattahoochee River, but this time it wasn't just one body, but reportedly 200. 200 headless goats were discovered in the water, which I should add is drinking water for almost 5 million people throughout the state. Goats are a huge symbol of the occult, and the MSM has attributed this incident to Santeria, a belief system originating in West Africa, the popularity of which has traveled to the Caribbean and Latin America. Santeria is based upon the development of personal relationships through divination, sacrifice, initiation, and mediumship, and it deals with some of the deities from Roman Catholicism. And while we've established that ritual sacrifice is part of their religion, I should add that only part of the livestock is received as the offering, like the blood or the entrails of the animal, and the rest is generally cooked up and they have one big bad barbecue after. So what I'm saying here is 200 headless goats discovered with their bodies intact, explained as being the result of Santeria. I don't practice Santeria. I ain't got no crystal ball, but it don't add up. Speaking of things found in the water, reported on January 14th, quote, a recently discovered gene has been detected in sewer water in Georgia that causes bacteria to be resistant to one of the world's most powerful antibiotics. The MCR, not to be confused with My Chemical Romance, the MCR9 gene found in Georgia creates antimicrobial resistance against colistin, the last resort antibiotic name, so it can kill infections that other antibiotics cannot. MCR was first discovered in 2016 and has since spread, threatening antibiotic resistance to the point that it is, quote, one of the top 10 global public health threats facing humanity, according to the World Health Organization. They're attributing all this antibiotic resistance to global travel and the import of foods from other countries, saying, if we don't tackle it right now, we are jeopardizing human and animal medicine as we know it, and that can have huge repercussions on health and in the economy. Dun dun dun. Doesn't that sound scary? I'm sure Dr. Fauci is sending it over to the Wuhan labs, the US taxpayer funded Wuhan labs right now, where they'll weaponize it and test it out on some puppies before deciding it's not strong enough. So they'll travel to a cave about 1,000 miles away in China and swab bat anuses so they can create some super plague spiced with coronaviruses for the next round of variants. Brought to us by Stacey Abrams twerking in the sewer. We gotta get them population numbers down to maintain humanity in perpetual balance with nature, as it's inscribed on the Georgia Guidestones, a monument of 6 granite slabs that stands alone in a field in the middle of Elbert
Just
County,
so happened
Georgia.
to be in
And
Georgia.
inscribed on the stones are the 10 Commandments. No, not those 10 Commandments. The other 10 Commandments. Keeping population numbers under 500 million is one of them. No one actually knows who erected the granite monolith, but we all have our guesses, don't we? But anyway, it'll be a cute excuse for why people are getting sick after their 8th booster. It's those dang genes in the drinking water. I guess if anyone knew what was happening under Atlanta, and I mean literally under Atlanta, away from the public eye, it would have been one of Atlanta's most influential people, Atlanta's public transit leader, MARTA CEO, 56-year-old Jeffrey Parker, who allegedly took his own life last Friday night when he stepped in front of a train at the East Lake MARTA station in DeKalb County. Just 2 days prior, on January 12th, Parker had spoken at the agency's State of MARTA 2022 virtual event. At this event, he reported that in 2021, MARTA had achieved its 10th straight balanced budget while also embarking on its largest ever expansion plan. funded in part by a half-cent sales tax increase approved by Atlanta voters in 2016. So I'm getting a lot of questions about Jeff Parker's death, the events that drove him to take his own life. People are wanting me to cover it on my channel since there's been no real news coverage anywhere. And his colleagues were quick to take to Facebook and say nothing nefarious had happened. His family has made statements on the importance of taking mental health seriously, and that's about all they've given us. It should be stated that historically, MARTA has received a ton of criticism since it's the largest mass transportation system in the United States not to receive state funding. And MARTA's general reputation is basically that you want to avoid it, and if you can, and there's a lot of crime surrounding the areas in which it operates and on the actual transit itself. And not to mention that historically, the funding it does receive has been used wastefully. Also, MARTA has a history of CEOs willfully terminating their contracts and not renewing them, which has us wondering, what's so awful about working there? What goes on behind the scenes? Condolences to Jeffrey Parker's family, but also condolences to the train conductor who has to work through what happened, what he saw. That's all I really have to say at this moment about this matter. In times like these, something strange is always happening somewhere. But here in Atlanta, it feels like the events have been revved up, and while many bury their heads in the sand, I have to wonder, what's going on here? Are all these events connected somehow? What are they not telling us? What do you think, internet friends? I always look forward.
What do y'all think? She was talking about a whole shit ton of shit, but
Well, I remember that the one that black guy came up missing, and the discovery of his body and his link to CDC and all this kind of stuff, which of course, all that was happening like a little time before the outbreak happened. I think maybe it was like a year or so before. So I mean, maybe he knew, because and it was a big question on did he do it? Did he jump himself? Did whatever, blah blah blah. But it was just very weird because of the type of messages that he was giving people before this ended up happening to him. So
and
it's like it's real
like
strange.
leaving his dog and his
You
wallet
know,
and
you
everything. You know what that sounds like a hit to me. You know how they do? They show up at your house and be like, "Hey, you're not gonna need none of that. Come on, let's go. Get in the car." Okay. They probably, because they already had
yeah.
communications with the guy. He probably already knew it was coming. They were like, "Hey, bro, stop talking that shit you talking, or we coming. Stop talking all that shit you talking,
But
or we coming." They're gonna
I
say
mean,
that shit maybe 2 times, and then that's it.
but
They coming.
but 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 one of the things I think that we forget is that once you get to a certain level of government, and there's people who will pronounce you as, like the coroners. They say, oh no, there was no, you know everything was, just normal, like he just, didn't show any foul play type stuff. I mean, they can say that even though they may know that, or could see evidence of foul play, but
Because of
they
everybody
don't
knows it
report
be
it.
the specific people who was appointed to those jobs. That's how it goes. That's my guy. It's always like that. It's my guy. And when they do that, the FBI, CIA, black ops type shit, who's ever doing the autopsy, who's ever doing the investigation, they're all in on it. That's how they got assigned that job.
Yeah,
So they're gonna say whatever
exactly.
the hell the people tell
So
them, whatever their boss told them to say. That's what the fuck they're gonna say. Period.
yeah, but I mean, and that could have easily been the beginning of this notorious plan to infect the world, or at least the country, or whatever, this whole pandemic, and he just wasn't really with it, like, you
Because I
know
be thinking like like
and him
superheroes and
being,
like movies. I read a lot of science fiction. I read a lot of Stephen King books, and a lot of times it be people going through this super horrible thing, and it's right around other people, but they're not aware of it. And it's kind of like Men in Black too. It's kind of like they say the world is always about to come to an end. It's just the people just need to not know about it or whatever. Like, I think that a lot of people really do feel that way, that, you know, it's not in the public interest to let them know what really be happening. And I think that when really big stuff happens, it happens like this. It'll be some guy who drowned in the river, and it'll just be a story, you know. But it's connected to
Yeah,
some
yeah.
big huge ass
Exa-
event.
e- yes, exactly. And like, and not enough people really pay that much attention to it, or even ask themselves, like, you know, how the links were to, like, you don't really look. I mean, a lot of times it's hindsight when you're able to really look at and see how close it probably was to certain things, because a lot of those things that we talked about hadn't unraveled yet for him, during the time of his death.
Yeah, who
So, I mean,
knows what he
a lot of
discovered or
people,
what he was gonna do. Maybe he would have warned the public and been like, "Hey, y'all get ready for this shit, because they fucking over here mixing up some shit to fuck y'all up." He said he might have found something about Hillary, and
which I believe there were some other people who may have tried to do the very same thing, and
Doc said he might have found something out about Hillary, and I was reading about, because this story intrigued me when it happened way back in the day, and I was looking at it too, and when I was looking in that story, they said there could have been some kind of connections like that too, because it's like the Democratic Party have so much power, people don't understand. They got their hands in all kind of shit. You might as well call them the FBI.
well, see, the thing is not that just they have the power. It's just that because of the agendas that they're trying to follow through or complete, that's where you see these hands at play. Because I mean, there's a lot of Republicans that has just as much power, but I don't think that, at least in the majority of them, aren't trying to, ruin, you know our ways of life. A bunch of them, like I said, we know that there's a bunch of them that, are a part of that same agenda. But it's,
Yep.
and well, maybe there's more of them, but you see the hand of more of the known
Rubber Barry.
Democrats. It, huh?
Go ahead. I didn't say nothing. It was this video. Go ahead.
What was that?
It was the video I'm about to play.
Oh, okay. I thought Deuce, for a second. I thought Deuce was saying something, but yeah, I mean, a lot of times, like, they're like the front man of this whole thing, where I guess that the rest of them, that whatever party they are, they're playing more of a background than the ones that we see as known Democrats.
Yeah. Doc says, like the reporter who was going to release info on Clinton, he was found after committing suicide by shooting himself in the back of the head twice in the park cemetery.
Doc, boy, you crazy, man.
And I ain't gonna lie,
Yeah,
politically,
he had the
Hillary Clinton is the most
huh?
scariest. Politically, Hillary Clinton is the most scariest person out there, and as far as what I can
You
see
think
so
she's
far.
you think she still do you think she still you think that she don't still have a hand in what's going on right now?
Yeah, she does. That's what I'm saying. She still has power. Yeah. Yeah, she
She is
still has
very
influence.
much a part of our everyday life.
That's why I say that bitch she's scary. She's scary because she really smart, and she's like sneaky and conniving, and like she has her agendas, and she don't give up. She like, I'm going in on this shit. Okay, y'all gonna do this, then I'm gonna do that. Y'all do this, then I'm gonna do that. And it just keeps on going. And she has a whole machine behind her. Doc says she's more
Man,
powerful now
look,
than Slick Willie
I'll
was
be
while
waiting.
in office. He says she's more powerful now than Slick Willie was while in office. Anyways, I'm gonna play clips of this video. I'm not gonna, because it's kind of long, but I do want to get good chunks of it if I can. So I'm gonna just play pieces at a time, because I want us to get a better understanding of neoliberalism. Are you driving, Deuce?
Yeah.
You driving? Well, you could just listen, because
Yeah,
this
I'm
is
driving. Yeah, I'm driving.
this is like historical type stuff anyway. It's like a lecture anyway, so you could just listen to this. I'm gonna just play some clips of this, and we're gonna talk about them, because this is the main topic I wanted to talk about today.
Controlled the economy. The most wealthy profited so obscenely that the lower rungs of society turned against capitalism as they became aware of the burgeoning inequality. Many Americans blamed their economic woes on racial minorities and immigrants. Something had to be done, yet the government did nothing. It would take a completely different political system to progress society for the better. Oh, why am I saying this in past tense? That's today. Much akin to the 1890s, we're living in the second Gilded Age. Hey, Cypher here. The current party system in the United States has resulted in the same wealth disparity as more than a century ago. We currently reside in the sixth party system, which began sometime between 1968 and 1981. Its most unifying characteristic is neoliberalism.
Not economics, anything but that.
Which is precisely why we've become so unequal over the course of the sixth party system. As a result, the US is more divided politically than most of us can even remember. I'm a cultural historian, as in I study cultural significance of historical events, so it pains me to admit this, but economy has more influence than anything else upon political opinions. So neoliberalism is the most important component of America's political polarization. This is part 3 of a series covering that issue. Before this, I spoke of the party switch and culture war, but today we're talking about neoliberalism. The current system has created stark division in our politics, but we need to take a more historical view to understanding it. The system itself encourages this polarization. Some may even call it balkanization. Either way, while neoliberalism may be the most significant cause, it is not the only one. Now, before we get started, I've got to say, every time I've mentioned this term, I'll get a bunch of denialists in the comments section. They seem to think that neoliberalism is just made-up vocabulary or just another term for the new left, neither of which are the case. And King Richard will not tolerate denialists in the comments section. Come on, cooperate with me for a little bit. As by decree of King Richard I, bigots get banned. Neoliberalism may not be precisely defined, but there is tons of scholarship on this topic, some of which is listed in my bibliography in the pinned comment or in the description below, as with every single video I ever make. One might view neoliberalism as simply a revival of calls for small government and globalization, to more analytical historians who say it's a resurgence in elite class power. This episode attempts to take a more nuanced view than anything that I've seen on the internet. But we're talking about an economic ideology that has defined the last 40 years, so I can never be comprehensive. Either way, there are some specific characteristics that unify it, which are emphasis on individuality and rejection of groups, market liberalism and fiscal conservatism, which is kind of the same thing, privatization of public goods and infrastructure, deregulating government controls on corporate excess, austerity measures against welfare, and free trade agreements that allow for more rapid globalization. Some politicians may not fit these precisely, and that's why neoliberalism isn't just some specific ideology. It's the entire economic paradigm the US has been in since at least the Reagan administration. As you will see, there is no concrete definition, nor even a starting point. It's hazy. If you have trouble with that ambiguity, well, that's just what good history is. Embrace the suck. I had to take an entire grad class oriented around these questions. So yeah, capitalism is not a static thing, and neoliberalism is but a permutation of it.
Okay, I'm gonna pause it. Did y'all get any of that? He talked about a lot of stuff right there.
Oh no, I got it. Like, I mean, shoot, U.S. is checking all the boxes.
Yeah, you kind of low. You got the mic away from your mouth?
Oh, I don't. How does it
Yeah,
sound now?
that's much better.
Okay, yeah. Usually I'd have put it on top of my head. This time it was at my chin. So, but yeah, man. Nah, yeah. I mean, I think everything that he said so far checks to be exactly what we've been seeing, and um, what it really amounts to be. If you want to consider those the definitions, I mean, at least those are traits that go along with that term. But yeah, I mean, that's exactly what we've been seeing.
Yeah, and he's gonna go on. I'm gonna play more of the video. He's gonna go on to explain that it's not like a left thing, and it's like both. This is like the one thing that they both sides agree on.
Well, and
You know,
I think when we're talking about certain conversations that I mean, I guess for me, personally, like if I feel you understand a certain conversation, that it doesn't have to really be expressed, because you know as far as the neoliberalism, like having it defined that way, because I mean I look at it as the like more of a global power, and because like he said, there's no real definition for it, but like I mean we've been dealing with it for so long that you have to kind of if you're paying attention, you have developed some ideals and what type of traits go along with it. So yeah,
and try to give it a name. And historically, it's kind of new. So anything that's contemporary, they always struggle with.
well, and it's still something, because a lot of times
Explaining it. It's
they're finding
unfolding.
a new, yeah, they have a new way, like they always try to rename things that has always been a part of you know our world, like things that has always existed, because even you know before like they said, like you were starting to see things like this after Reagan. And I mean a key player that we had to realize in that whole Reagan administration was the Bush one, uh HW,
Yeah, he's gonna
because
talk about.
he's a high, like during that time, like I mean even his son, I mean they those are Republicans that play a big part in neoliberalism.
Yeah,
And
creating it and stuff. And
yeah,
and like what I'm trying to get people, because people don't really understand the concept. I'm sure they don't. And then it's like it's the core of the politics. Now, people might try to think of it as the center, but it's not the center in the idea of left and right and like the center of the United
yeah,
States.
yeah, no,
The way
this
we
is,
are politically, it's not that. This is something different. It's it's the core of the politics, but it's not from the people, if you will. It's not where the people, if you put the people in left, right, and center, that's not going to be what neoliberal that center would not be what neoliberalism is. If that makes any fucking sense, what I just said.
well, I think I get it for the most part, because like I said, I mean you know there's a, I mean, because like my studies have been going on for so many years, that when you look at the trilateral was commission, the Bilderberg, the different things that where they was kind of, I guess, through what they were saying, Illuminati,
Yeah.
groups and this, that, and the other, which
And that's directly connected to those free trade agreements that they do. And those free trade agreements that's neoliberalism, and that's another way that they exploit the local people, and that's the kind of stuff they be deciding at those groups and those meetings.
Yes.
Because it's these
So
big companies that make these decisions, really. So the bosses of these big, huge companies, they be like, okay, hey, because see, each one of them got a monopoly over their little part. You know what I'm saying? They
yeah.
don't really have no competition. So they come to the table with the other juggernauts in the other parts of the economy, and they chop it up, and they, figure out how they gonna manipulate their sheep this year.
Well, and I mean, and I think that's like mostly how they figured out how to get their cut out of what parts that they want to exploit. So, I mean, like a bunch of people knew Brown and Ruth from a long time ago, but that's pretty much the like same as what Halliburton is. Like I think it's they renamed it and this, that, and the other, but
Yeah.
they end up being the primary uh constructors of the over whatever they're building, and then they hire other groups from that, and they pay who they want, how they want, blah blah blah, whatever, but they still are able to take a lot of money off the top for doing nothing.
Yep. It's not fair at all. Let me play a bit more. I'm going to play clips of this video, and we'll just talk about it as we go.
After laissez-faire capitalism failed to regulate itself, especially after the Great Depression began, progressives believed that the government needed to regulate the economy. Teddy's Square Deal pushed for the 3 C's, which were conservation of natural resources, control of corporations, and consumer protection. FDR's New Deal pushed for the 3 R's, which were relief from poverty, recovery of the economy, and reform of regulations. Every president from FDR to Nixon were New Dealers. They believed in the 3 R's and pushed for their own deals. But there was some significant opposition. First were the conservative coalition from the 1930s, who claimed that the New Deal was socialist. Much like many today, they think
socialism is when the government does stuff. And it's more socialism the more stuff it does. And if it does a real lot of stuff, it's communism.
no, that's not socialism at all. But most conservatives do not understand that terminology even a century ago. Regardless, the old right failed to take hold, and New Dealers maintained dominance. But a new kind of liberalism, as in the liberalization of the market, arose in popularity during the 1970s. That was neoliberalism. It had deep roots. Much of the economic arguments of the New Deal came from John Maynard Keynes, who said, whilst the enlargement of the functions of government, involved in the task of adjusting to one another the propensity to consume the inducement to invest, would seem to the 19th century publicist, or to a contemporary American financier, to be a terrific encroachment on individualism. I defend it on the contrary, both as the only practicable means of avoiding the destruction of existing economic forms in their entirety, and as the condition of the successful functioning of individual initiative.
Individuality.
Something simple. He advocated for government intervention and regulation in the economy as a way to reform capitalism, relieve unemployment woes, and recover from depressions. But his ideas had significant opposition from another economist named Friedrich Hayek, who argued people became strangers to the rules of the market. In essence, government deficit spending to promote the 3 R's were supposedly creating a ruling class over the market, turning their constituents into serfs, indebted to their overbearing nanny state. He essentially wanted a revival of laissez-faire capitalism set forth by the analysis of 1890s economist Alfred Marshall. This idea spread to America via the Chicago School of Economics. People like Milton Friedman argued that inflation is entirely made in Washington and nowhere else. While Friedman's self-proclaimed monetary counter-revolution wasn't taken seriously at first, they gained popularity due to any number of issues throughout the 1970s. One of the quickest ways of spreading it was to emphasize individuality over class concerns, saying everyone can think for themselves, which of course forgets the economic factors that coerce that thought. But the hippie culture of the 1960s and the opposition to their New Left ideology led to increasing hatred of the New Deal paradigm. Neoliberalism effectively atomizes individuality. As prominent neolib Margaret Thatcher said, "Who is society? There is no such thing. There are only individual men and women, and they are families, and no government can do anything except through people, and people look to themselves first." Basically, these theorists believed classes could not constitute a part of economic analysis. It may seem strange at first, but think about how cultural analysis became prevalent in the 1970s.
Okay, he's about to go into a whole nother that. So, what recap a bit? Individuality. Focusing on individuality, and the Margaret Thatcher quote, and what
Is it possible that her quote got taken out of context?
I mean, it's always biased. Whenever someone makes something like this, it's always to push you into a certain way of thinking. So, I mean, and her comment is really not that bad, but it still goes to the heart of the idea of the individualism, which is at the heart of neoliberalism.
Well, I mean,
On
I
an
think
from an economic point of view.
well, I suppose because I mean, it's not the everyday person that's actually constructing policies that we have to live by, whether it's especially when it comes to economics, because they're making the tax codes, they're regulating different industries for the prices, the markets to go up and down based on all of these different things. So I mean, the actual person, I mean, they really end up with no choice but to focus on what they can for their families at least first. But as far as a group, and like, I mean, shoot, we see even to this day, no matter how much protesting you do, no matter what it is that you're fighting for, there's some way to, if the government wants to allow it, yeah, they'll do it right away. Asians got their bill like immediately, but at the same time, black people have a similar argument where something that has lasted for centuries already, like they find reasons not to do anything about it still. So you know um I think the individualism becomes a natural thing at some point, because if they have distorted the lines, like they've crossed the line so much that even though you care about your community and everything that is happening there, like, you can only make a change.
And it's like
So
but see, what you're saying is crabs in the bucket, rats in the cage, rats in the
no,
maze.
no, no,
Because that's
no,
what that
no.
sounds like. But look, I agree with you that, fundamentally, of course, it's about the household, but the community grows out of the household. There's a connection between the household and the community,
Of
because
course.
the households help each other, the other
But
households.
no. But what you're trying to re-describe what I'm saying, that's a totally different action to say crabs in a barrel. I mean, that's actually you trying to go against your neighbor to make sure they don't have something, but so you can have it. That's not the same thing as you just going out, like, you're not trying to stop anybody from getting anything that they can get. You're just trying to focus on getting what you can get.
Yeah, but when you are focusing on what getting what you can get, that can lead you to pulling on the crab that's getting out of the bucket so
How?
you can get out. Holding on to them so you can get out with them.
No, that's a totally different thing, bro. Like, no, I think you're seeing it differently than at least what I'm trying to express. Because I mean, I'm still trying to determine, you know, with her, her comment, her statement that she made, whether or not she was trying to be, you know, that, that person that's trying to separate people, or if she's just trying to,
Yeah,
you know,
that's fair. I'll give you that because, like I said at the beginning, of course, whenever people do any kind of videos like this, you're gonna use quotes how you want to use them. So yeah, she may not have meant it in that way, and or whatever, and it could be out of context or whatever. So I can't really argue with that. But the fundamental idea is individualism. He's gonna go into explaining. Remember earlier I was talking about cultural anthropology and like the difference between that and European anthropology. And I think on this part he's gonna go into a bit about that. I don't want to put y'all to sleep, so I'm gonna just play a clip.
Scholars increasingly focused on how culture affects individuals. It's called the cultural turn. In fact, this is the foundation of postmodernism as well, which is thoroughly neoliberal in origin. Just understand that this neoliberalism, while establishing a rightward drift globally, affected more than just politics, but nearly every facet of our understanding. As Bill Clinton's 1992 headquarters liked to put it, it's the economy, stupid. Perhaps the first economy to implement a neoliberal policy was Chile under Pinochet. Though he was a fascist dictator, he also pushed many of the core tenets of neoliberalism. The next was Britain under Thatcher, quickly followed by the US. The rest of the globe followed suit, leading to a golden age of neoliberalism in the 1980s and 90s, to the point that one could argue that even communist China took part under Deng Xiaoping. Though we might be seeing its demise today, I cannot understate how much this paradigm continues to affect us, especially considering the neoliberal policies we continue today. So, what brought this about? It's complicated, of course, but one thing above all others is deindustrialization. We celebrate the 1950s economic boom, yet we often ignore the economic changes of the 1960s. In World War II's aftermath, the US was in a special position, being the only industrial power left virtually unaffected. That dominance remained for over a decade, hence the economic boom. But as manufacturing centers grew in places like Germany and Japan, the US lost its industrial dominance. The greatest of our factory towns was Detroit, and they lost jobs so rapidly that systemic issues of racialized housing and exclusion from dwindling jobs led to a race riot there. Even when I covered this topic in a previous video, I failed to speak about this deindustrialization that affected Detroit. Though in that one, I spoke more about the huge amounts of race riots throughout 1967 called the Long Hot Summer. But anyways, throughout the 1960s and 70s, the manufacturing centers of the US transformed into what is called the Rust Belt, named for all the rusting machinery of our glory days. These were good jobs lost to deindustrialization. Manufacturing was something that most laborers could do with only a high school degree. It paid well, was typically unionized, and gave a great deal of stability. Those kinds of jobs steadily disappeared beginning in the 1960s. But the US did not lose jobs overall. The economy shifted to providing services such as retail, design, innovation, finance, and hospitality. Instead of production, the US now has a service economy, and that.
All right, that was a lot.
Yeah.
The U.S. now, the manufacturing. We was talking about that, and then the racism that's related to that, and those dead black towns. Go ahead.
Well, I would highly suggest that the the liberalism agenda was taking place maybe even before that, but the reason why I'm saying that is because a lot of the industrial jobs that we did have, even coming into the 80s, I'm a 70s baby growing up in the 80s, where I saw a lot of the change going, into the 90s, where these things kept disappearing, but it wasn't because, the opportunities weren't there. It was more so because of the greed and, because there were available options elsewhere. Because I mean, it's not like they've never done something like this before, where they restrict, like they're not gonna let, where they wouldn't let other countries sell their vehicles here if they really wanted to stabilize our own country. So it was the markets opened up and the ability for other cars to be bought and sold here in the country, our own cars, whether it's pieces and parts being manufactured somewhere else, took away jobs that the common man could used to hold and could make a living with. So these are things that I think were conspired by the group, the you know the neoliberal groups, to be able to make that shift happen. Because I mean, it wouldn't happen any other way.
Yep, I think so too. Because things like this don't happen by accident. They plan shit 50 years ahead of time, 100,
Yeah.
200 years of time.
Well, I mean, even when and some of it, I think that they've been playing it by ear, because I mean, yeah, they have a greater plan, but as things come about,
Yeah.
because I mean, they were sharing technology, even though like they had just come out of a war with each other, like even before they got into the war, they were already sharing a lot of their technologies with each other, and all it takes is a investment from the United States to say, hey, why don't you build this? We'll give you this, that, and the third, or whoever's at the top of that technology boom can offer opportunities to others with a jump start. So it's not surprising to me that Japan, it was able to come up with some of the best cars, and they had just started their manufacturing in like the late 60s and early 70s.
Well, they
So
already had the technology. They got fucking blowed up by Hiroshima and Nagasaki and all, and disrupted by war for over years and years. That's what they
yeah,
were saying. Because coming out of World War II, America was one of the few manufacturing countries that didn't get they, because that's what they do in war. They bomb factories and infrastructure. Damn it! I was about to say something. Oh, I was gonna say, yeah, you're right. I feel like they be calling audibles. They do call audibles. Maybe Corona was an audible. What is so strange to me that these big companies made so much money over these 2 years of Corona. They're having their best years that they've had
yeah.
in decades.
But that's one of the things that they realize. Like, they do statistics all the time, and they know they do their best when we're at our worst. Like when we're going through the biggest destructions, they get the biggest benefits. So they cause them.
Making money, hand over fist. All of the big names that you can name: Bill Gates, Jeff Bezos, I think Zuckerberg. I don't know if his
Z-
name is on the list, but all the
Zuckerberg,
big names, they made a whole bunch of
he
money these last 2 years.
yes, cause see Zuckerberg, he may not be manufacturing products or distributing because I mean, if you look at Bill Gates, he's more on the manufacturing and the technical, leading in technology. um Amazon, he's distributing all of these different products that they've come up with, and Zuckerberg is ahead of a lot of the media, and the whether it be distractions or the informing these the people on how they want you to think, or
Yeah,
you know
he's
what I'm
the
saying.
leg. He's one of the legs. Yeah,
Yeah.
I get it.
So he's getting a lot of advertising dollars just for him being there.
Yeah, the advertising dollars is what it is, and that's what I think a lot of people don't understand, because that's what Facebook do. They are advertising machine, and they make it. It's so crazy because they don't produce no content.
No, exactly. That's the part. That's why I said just for being there. You know what I'm saying? Like they came up with an idea. which okay, they have phones where like everybody has access to this all the time. Phones, computers. Now even like you can even access all stuff on your TV. So I mean, at any leg of the race, you'll find them.
Fucking ads. I avoid ads like the plague. I do. I don't. If whatever it is, I avoid ads. I don't listen to the radio. I don't watch TV. I only watch YouTube, and on YouTube I pay for it, so I don't get no ads on YouTube. The only place I get ads is on Instagram, cause I can't figure. I block them, but I still get ads on there. But that's the only place I get ads.
Yeah.
But we can't do nothing about the billboards and the signs and shit. We're inundated with ads. We was talking about the damn pollution related to the damn microwaves. These damn ads is a damn pollution too. Shit.
I mean, really, it is. I mean, because it's brain fog, and it's like, I mean, a lot. Because I mean, some people, like, if they have not chosen to reprogram their way of seeing everything that they see, a lot of times you're gonna be deeply, affected by something, and where these things can actually, you know, make you act on a subliminal message that they've sent previously.
And it's like, no, I don't want some dick pills. No, I don't want no insurance. You know what I'm saying? No,
Yeah.
I like none of the stuff you selling. I don't want a Coca-Cola. I don't want a Whopper. I'm not interested in a car right now. I'm not interested in none of
But
that shit.
but look, and something that I realized too is that like on Facebook, like I've actually like investigated certain products that I don't think even really exist. Like,
It's
but you'll find,
just a ad.
and like if you go in there and just like, oh, damn, that shit's cool. How much? And then I mean, and then when you do the math on what a product, like what they're saying, because I I ain't gonna lie, like I really like I was like I got excited about this thing, but like it's certain things it's like it's brand new. I haven't seen it anywhere. It's not a name that you've heard anywhere before. Then you just start kind of looking it up, see who built it, where they really are. Like, and these things don't exist, but there's a whole commercial about it, and you probably never, if you was to purchase it, you would never get it.
They might be still in production, or they're trying to mark. They're just trying to test the market. Who knows? Doc
Well,
says, "I don't need to extend my car's warranty. I don't even own a car." And they'll be calling you with that shit and
I'm like,
sending you emails and text messages.
bro, I ain't gonna lie. That's one of the things that anger me the most, because that's the majority of the phone calls that I get is
I
from
don't answer the
somebody trying to.
phone.
Well,
You have to
I
call me twice. That's the
well,
that's the that's the code. Call me twice and I answer. Unless
what,
it's a number I
dude?
recognize.
Say, bro, they will call you 20 times.
Well, you have to call me back to back twice. That's the code.
Okay.
Yeah. If you call me back to back twice, then maybe it's somebody I know. It's an emergency. They know me, so they know I'll answer. Because if it's a
Yeah,
number I don't
but
don't
but they've
don't
gotten
recognize,
so desperate.
I'm not
But
answering.
but they've gotten so desperate to where like they start out the conversation with because I guess somebody who's not paying attention and don't like hadn't really caught on to the game will maybe once they because like they say, yes, you have a 2014 Ford F-150. I was like, no. It's like, wait a minute, I have here that says, what are you driving now? Like, dude, if you don't get the hell off my phone with this bull, you know what I'm saying?
It'd
Like,
be a
who?
waste of time. My daughter's
Yeah,
school calls me all the time. Every time they're gonna have a meeting or everything, like, why am I getting a phone call for this information? Like, that doesn't even relate to me and shit. Like, that shit is so annoying and automated everything. It's so fucking annoying.
yeah, I get those too. I mean, I get the phone call,
Because that
I
call I
get the
want to answer.
email.
Because it could be something important, but it'd be an automated message every fucking time.
Yes. Well, you signed up for it somewhere.
Ugh. It's from her school though. It's from her
I,
school.
that's what I'm saying. For school,
I want to
you
be informed about what's going on in her school, but
yeah,
I don't want to know every assembly they're having, and why do you have to call me to tell me this shit?
well, I mean, in order for you to get the messages about the ones that you do want to know about, you got to get the messages that even the ones you don't want to know about.
Well,
So I
it
mean,
shouldn't be a phone call. Text that shit to me. Or send an email.
I ain't gonna lie, I'd rather text more than anything because a lot of times I don't really look at emails unless I'm specifically looking for something. And a phone call or a text, like I check those like a few times a day.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I look at my
So
text. The best way to reach me is a text. Way better than a phone call because I'm not answering. Even people I know, I'm not answering most of the time. I be busy, man. I be doing shit, and I be in my mental mind zone. I feel like
I,
I
I'm
always
still
felt
old
like
school.
phones or electronic leash, bro. And sometimes people feel like they feel like, okay, I don't give a damn what this nigga doing. I want a piece of his time right now. Like I want all of his attention or her his attention right now because I'm thinking about them. So and it's like I feel like it's kind of like I'm call me crazy. I feel like it's a kind of like invasion of privacy in some ways because if you get calls at bad times, you taking a poop or whatever the hell it is,
Yeah,
and
well,
people get in their feelings when you don't answer, and they're like, "Oh,
well, no,
what was you doing? Or why you couldn't answer my call? Shit, I was asleep, or I don't know, what the hell, shit."
well, I
Yeah.
get that when people get extend an attitude for you not answering your phone when whenever you decide not to, yeah,
I
that's
was
like
in the shower.
that's an issue. But people are only making phone calls when like I don't think they're like let me disrupt his life. I don't think people are having that conversation with themselves when
I
they
don't
do
think
that.
so either. It's a
But
subconscious thing, cause I
no, I
think,
mean
cause
no, they just no, I mean whatever they thought of, they're trying to call you. They're trying to fulfill their agenda as well. Oh damn, they had an idea, so it's like, hey, the best person to fit this is Chaka. Let me call him and see how he feels about this. Or yeah, you know what? I just want to share this with Chaka or Patrick or whoever this call is going to. That's just a thought. So I mean, we can't really blame them for that. But now, when they get an attitude because you didn't answer, now that's where you gotta, set the record straight. But
yeah, I'm not saying
but for me,
everybody is this way. I just think some
yeah,
people are like that. Like
yeah. But for me,
it's a
I'm
control. It's a way
still,
of control.
I'm still a little bit more old school, I think, because I prefer the sound of people's voice.
Yeah.
I want to hear what like I rather hear what somebody has to say. Like I like the interaction of of people, whether it's in person or
And
over the phone.
I agree. I had this same we had a long conversation like this with my last baby mama because I'm weird and I'm a texter. But she's right, like you're saying, because in a lot of times what happens is in text you misunderstand them too. When people are
Yes.
talking, you can hear their tone and you can better understand where they're coming from, or what I'm saying, if they're angry or if they're upset or sad about something. It's hard to get
Well,
those emotions through the text. And a lot of times you get confused. You might think they're angry or sad or something,
and, and
and you're misreading the text.
and I've gone through that many times where because with me texting, like the things that's going through my head that I would actually say, I miss a lot. Like I miss certain words that might have been a defining part of that whole thing, but it went through my head, but it didn't make it to the text. And it might have happened
Right.
a few like
Got left out.
that presents confusion. So
And you
when
sometimes you think you texted it. That's the worst. When I think I sent the text and I didn't, that's the worst. These damn iPhones. It's still on. It's still on not sent or whatever. It's like, you know what I'm saying. I
yeah,
thought I
if
could
you
have
go
swore
look
I
at
sent it.
yeah, if you go back and look at it, it's still in that box.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I hate that so much. Doc says I've been a bartender server for over 15 years. People still try to call me before noon and expect me to be coherent. Pretty much don't call me at all. Even my mom, she calls me. Yeah, ever talk to me? I'm not saying it's a good thing. But I have a mental thing about the phones. I feel like it's electronic leash. It's like people trying to control you. That's me being psychotic.
Well, I think at some point we all may have an extremist approach to different things, and because you've been annoyed by that one thing, or you feel that you're being controlled by a certain thing, you get annoyed, and you kind of attach other people to that thing where they didn't really have anything with that initial feeling that you've gotten from it. So
Yeah.
yeah, you might want to
See a
talk to somebody.
psychiatrist.
You might want to talk to somebody about that.
You trying to say I'm crazy? But we all need fucking. I know I do. Probably some drugs too. They need to prescribe my ass some drugs.
Oh,
That's
I
why
don't take the drug. Don't take the drugs.
I'll shit.
Unless it's marijuana.
Some people really
Uh,
need those drugs. They did a lot of science in that shit. Like it's chemical imbalances and shit. That shit really works for some people. They get the right drug.
yeah, well, I don't know. Well, I'm gonna tell you. I think a lot of times people, will self-medicate and they over-medicate because
That's the problem. That's what I'm saying. The drugs I'm talking about should be prescribed by a what is it? Psychiatrist? That's the one who gives you the drugs. Psychiatrist.
marijuana.
Well, I mean, one day I think that will be on the list. I think it's on the list in
Oh
some
no,
states.
it's already on the list. Like, and they say that you can get as much of it as you want because and that's that is for some
But
psychological reasons,
it
but
does. I think it
there's a
helps.
lot of
They know it does.
physical.
But it depends on what psychological. Like my issue, obviously, because I smoke, but I still don't like nobody to call me. So it's, that drug isn't working for
But I mean,
that. I'm
well,
just saying.
I think it's going to take certain type of training, in which I mean, you probably could retrain yourself. I mean, maybe talking to somebody wouldn't necessarily help that because if you've already kind of know that you may go overboard with it, you could just retrain yourself with that thought. It's just like, okay, maybe it's
Yeah,
not. You know what I'm saying?
I think that's good advice because everything I do, I kind of train myself. I think, and I do that a lot of times. So yeah, I could just try to train myself to. Maybe I'll just call people, and then that way I'll kind of break my like. I'm a what do they call it? There's a name for it, introvert or whatever. I'm the one that I really just don't like talking to people on the phone like that. Phone calls make me uncomfortable. I posted one
So,
day how for me to make a phone call, like I have to gear myself up and get ready for it mentally and shit.
I have to find this thing that they was talking about how people use that term introvert pretty much just as saying you're a sucker.
A suck up,
Like you like a sucker. Like you just
sucker.
scared to talk to yeah, like instead of going out in the world and living your life and dealing with people and this, that and the other,
Well,
you
it's a
you
real thing because you energy. See, some people are different, right? They get energy from people. Like they get around a group of people and they get more excited and they get more like into the mood and they get more like want to have fun and shit. And then you got other people who get into a crowd and it's the total opposite. The crowd drains their energy and they feel less and less, excited, if you will. And that's me.
yeah, but I mean if you're doing low vibrational things, yes, that's will happen. But at the same time, you don't just shut yourself off from the world. You have to find those high vibrational things, something that's more matching to your
And I
personality,
think
like
that's
to
the
who you are.
issue because I feel like I live in Babylon and I feel like everybody is participating in it and all of their activities are activities I don't really care to partake in.
I think there's a lot of people that have included themselves in Babylon because the introverts are at home. The people that they would really connect with and they want to connect with aren't coming out, so they're left to do a lot of these other things.
I
So
get
I
what you're
mean,
saying. Our energy is needed out there. It's like healers. And but yeah, that's like a whole job for us though. Like a whole
yeah.
damn job. And
Well, I mean,
but
don't kill
but
yourself.
yeah, it's a hard. It's not. I mean, this is really not a small thing I'm talking about. It really is a big deal, and
Yeah.
like I want to connect with people. I really do. I want to have like a social life. I do enjoy people's company, in small groups, But I don't. It's because of all the different energies, and some people's energies just repel me. And
Well,
whenever the group gets larger than a certain number, there's gonna be a certain number of energies there that's repelling me, and I'm
well,
not gonna be having a good time. I'm gonna leave.
well, and I'm gonna tell you because I mean, and this may be just a theory. But this is kind of my opinion of how some of these things work. But like the change that we want to see in the world gets encapsulated with and our ideas that okay we don't fit in that or you don't these people aren't the type of people that I would normally jam with, and so a lot of the thoughts that you have alone, you think that your circle or the people that think like you don't exist in high numbers, but because there's not enough exposure of your
Right.
types of ideas.
I've thought
It does.
about this before because I was thinking about this. I was like, how do people like me find other people like me? It's impossible because we don't never reach out. We don't like it could be a person that you was sitting next to or even had a short like conversation, one of those, surface level conversations, and you didn't really have a real true conversation with them to figure out where, if they are one of the people like you that, are different, if you will. So you and we also put on a mask. We put on a mask, and a lot of us are really like we can appear social and
Hmm.
pleasing people in public and making people laugh and stuff, but that's not our real self. If that makes any sense. Doc says it's still more beneficial to keep THC illegal because one, it's ultimately impossible to control tax properly. Synthetic THC is expensive and makes the right people more money.
Well,
I think he's saying it from a politically point of view, but it's beneficial
well,
to almost everybody except for the government to make it legal.
the problem that I have with that is that I
And the
mean,
cartels,
I
cartels and
don't
the government,
I
they're
don't
the ones
believe it.
benefiting.
I don't necessarily believe in taxing everything. Like there's certain things that you can tax that you know is good, but when you're trying to tax, let's just say this is a medicinal thing, something that is beneficial to the people, and the only way they can have it is if you can make money from it, or you
I
know,
get you.
yeah, I mean
I agree
it's
with you. And it grows right from the earth, so you can grow it right in your damn backyard or in your house. So they're gonna
yeah.
come in and tax you for that. So I
So I
agree,
mean
it's crazy,
I
but I have
go
to say, leisure type things like that are the perfect things to tax. You know what I'm saying?
but that's the thing.
Cigarettes,
It has
alcohol,
it has
weed.
become stigmatized as a leisure, but the world has become so crazy that makes us believe that, but we're actually
Supposed to
self-medicating ourselves with this substance to be able to deal and cope with all the different circumstances of life. So
It's
this is
crazy
this
ass
is a
world.
it's still a medicinal. No matter how you look at it, it is medicinal.
Doc says because you're trying to absorb, drink in the energy instead of letting it pass through you, it starts to overwhelm your sense of self, making you feel claustrophobic and nauseous. Then you have to escape. Once away, your energy reverts to your own and you feel better. He knows what I'm talking about.
Yeah, no, he just described you. Everything
Yeah.
that you just said that yeah, he just kind of I guess reiterated it. But yeah, I mean, and I know people that does that, but you know, I think that we have to, in order to truly put the world back in balance, you know, people like us have to become more relevant.
That's why I'm doing this show, and the thing is, I have been thinking about doing like a podcast type show for a long time because I talk a lot, and I used to do music, and I'm always talking everybody's ear off with this kind of stuff, like my daughter and close family members and friends, and they all get tired of it. They get sick of it because I'm always going on and on. And another thing is my teeth. I had a horrible infection because I had this little chipped tooth here from a little kid, and then I had like a botched root canal in it. And well, I grew up as an adult, and over time, that tooth was so fucked up, it fucked up the tooth next to it. And I was at work, and I was having it was a horrible infection. They said I could have died. It was a really bad infection, so they had to take those two teeth right up front. And so that it really was a blow to my like self esteem, if you will. So and the thing is with me though, things that are difficult or embarrassing or things that other people wouldn't do, those are the things I try to rush towards, if that makes any sense. Because like I said I'm afraid of showing my teeth right now, so then I need to start making some damn videos so I can show my damn teeth to the whole damn world. Like that's just how my mind worked, to fight against that fear that I have. You know what I'm saying? And so that's what kind of like the show is. Also another part of this is, me trying to reach out to people, knowing that have been like I've been like a recluse for some years.
A hermit.
A hermit, totally. And I don't barely interact with no one, read books and stuff, but low interaction with others. And that's what, when I said COVID changed me, that's one of the things that changed me, because I realized it kind of sucked. Because when we was in quarantine, I realized how much I missed interacting with others. And I was just in here with my daughter and shit. And like, I love her to death. Don't get me wrong. But I was like, damn, I need some interaction with some damn adults. I need
Yeah,
some adult conversation.
exactly. You
It
know,
really, after a while, after quarantine, that's when I realized, I was like, this kind of sucks. I started getting in my car and I would just drive on the freeways. Nothing was open, but I could just drive, and I drove around the city until I get tired and then come back home. And that gave me a little bit of a kind of break from the quarantine. But that's when I realized how much of a hermit I was, and how it's not healthy. It's not healthy. That's what I realized about it. It's not healthy physically, and it's not healthy mentally.
yeah. Nah, we definitely have to. I mean, because that's a part of life, is to, like, you know being having that exchange with, other like minds, or at least, I mean even if from somebody who might be the genius down to somebody, like having the interactions with the two people from two different worlds is necessary. Because like I said, I mean, how can those two come together, or be able to start seeing the world from each other's point of view? You know what I'm saying? If you never know what this other person actually goes through, then you're gonna just assume. You're never gonna really have a true outlook of, why the, you know all,
And
well, I
that's a
mean,
problem. That's a problem I have, because like I say, I can't identify people like me. We're not gonna look any different than anyone else, and we're not gonna
well,
act any different than anybody
well,
else. So it's
but
the
that's the
only
thing.
way is to have like a real deep conversation with the person, and then you
What
can know
see
where they're.
Well, see, but that's the thing. I mean, you don't necessarily need to interact with the people who are already like you. You need to interact with people, period, so that maybe they can develop more of the mindset that you have, or vice versa. You can learn something from them that might make you see this thing in a different way, or maybe change your viewpoint of or your action. Because I mean, what's the point of just only coming across people who are already like you? There is no like you're not giving them any growth, and they're not giving you any growth because y'all are the same. You need to interact with other people. Period. That where their minds can open, you know, based on whatever it is that God allowed y'all to interact. You know what I'm saying? So that's
I
the
hear
part
you.
that I'm. Yeah, it's
I hear you. I think you're right. Doc says beneficial was sarcastic. The government needs to tax it. Too much easy revenue, but better they can introduce minimum quality controls. And he says, I became a bartender, then server, just to be able to communicate and interact. I was losing myself trying to do retail and phone sales. The only time I really talk to people is when I'm at work too. So, and sometimes I enjoy work. I go to work and I get exercise and I get to talk to people. So that's like the only time I really
yeah. Well,
interact with
I
people.
I look at like the whole marijuana industry as like produce. Like, if somebody, like you can go get it from the corporate, you can go to the stores and get it, because that's the way you want to get it. But if there's somebody that grows it and you know how to get it from them, just like you can go to the to the what's the little places that sell the fruit on the side of the highway, or
Yeah.
you,
Farmers
even
market.
the farmers market. Yeah, if you can go to a farmers market and get it, then so be it. It shouldn't have to be so regulated because everybody knows what it is, and
I
you're
say
not
this
gonna.
here. I would like to get a hold of it before. Didn't mean to cut you off, but I was gonna lose that thought. But I would like to be able to smoke before they actually legalize it. Because I think once they legalize that shit, it's gonna get so fucking dummied down. Like the high is not gonna be the same.
I
Well,
don't
I
think
mean,
All
it's
I'm
dummy.
saying, like I've been
No,
like
it's the
cookie and
opposite.
things of
it's
that.
already it's
It's the
already dummy
opposite.
down.
Yeah, I was just gonna say it's already has happened. They got it. It's so synthetic. That
It's a
it's probably
GMO.
not even it's not even good for you. I think that most of the and I saw a story about niggas getting heart attacks and shit. And I think it's true because I felt some shit myself from smoking too fucking much. That shit got some shit in it. It's not even good for us no more. We be talking about it's from the earth and it's healthy. It's not. They
Yeah,
genetically
it
modify the
used
shit
to.
out of it.
It used
So,
to
but I
be.
think you could still get, but it would be homegrown, and it's not gonna be so potent. It's gonna be regular. You know what I'm saying? If you grow it naturally without no extra stuff, and because the seeds are important too, because these needs to be natural seeds. If it grew from natural
Exactly.
seeds and you didn't modify it any kind of way other than like regular growing type stuff, then then that's it's not going to be super potent, but that
It's a
will be
GMO.
more, but that'll be healthy for you. The home, because that's what I think the future is. The future is homegrowns because can't nobody. I A lot of people are going to be growing their own weed because you just can't trust none of it. It's all fucked up.
I agree.
Unless you have a direct, because people have direct contacts to farmers, and certain farmers follow certain procedures, like they do all natural stuff and they use natural seeds, but that's gonna be small farms, and you'd have to order or go there directly yourself to be able to get that shit.
Yeah,
I
you
have
gotta
some kind of deal.
you gotta be their neighbor, that somebody that and that's gonna be the big problem. I mean, even though, like, my nephew has a friend that has been growing in California or Colorado for, I think, California for some years, and because now it's legal in Louisiana, because his knowledge, he's gonna be able to start growing in Louisiana because there's only two growers uh down there. But you know, either way, like, one thing, I mean, anything that grows from the ground that doesn't produce its own seeds, it's a GMO. You just might as well just lock it up and just it's genetically modified. So and they're adding chemicals to it that we don't know what all the I mean, that's just like anything today. Even like I guess with a lot of the food that we end up with, because I like watermelon.
This is all related. It's
I'm trying
all
to find
related.
yeah, I'm trying to find me watermelon that's not seedless. I want seeds in my watermelon. You know, that signifies to me it's nature. It's a natural thing for it to produce lots of seeds. It's
You could go to
the
some
way.
farmer markets, small places, but like all the watermelon in the grocery store, even HEB. Doc says it's the high chemical fertilizers used in unregulated grow houses, especially in OG flavored and diesel strains, that are making people sick. Yeah,
Well,
it's some
yeah, and
shit.
the use of nitrates is one of the bigger problems too. That they're using to grow these things that's making it grow unnaturally. Where I mean, you know, the 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 matter, almost any matter has some form of carbon. You need something that's got a high carbon base because that's where all of your other nutrients are gonna derive from. So it's tough, man. Like, and we got to take control over that too, bro. Because I mean, it's getting to where that the GMO is the common thing.
And you can't trust nothing. Everybody needs a farm, a little damn plot in their backyard or something. Shit.
Yeah.
I think that's the only
Man, they
answer.
making that shit so easy now, bro. You can buy these you can buy these grow pods, right? And you don't need a whole lot of room for them. You can buy it online. They send them to you, and you can just like hang it up on your balcony or whatever. You know what I'm saying? And you can grow your fresh basil, your fresh herbs and things of that nature. Like, because me and my wife was looking at like there's different ways of doing things. A couple of things that I've been looking at and seeing, but man, it's just I don't know. It's crazy, man. That's just like all these years. Like I thought broccoli. I think it's cauliflower or one of them, broccoli or cauliflower. Like all these years, I thought it was super healthy for you. Come to find out, it's not even a real vegetable.
Neither one. Yeah. No, it's a complex carb.
Like I'm like, what the fuck? Yeah, so it's just I don't know.
Yeah. No, say,
I've
bro.
just
I
gotten
mean,
to a point in my life where I say that I'm not gonna.
Man,
Yeah,
if you
yeah.
look back
I
in
just got to
history,
a point of.
corn used to have a deep hue to it, like whether it was purple or blue or like like it had some other colors to it. Now all of the corn you find is all golden yellow. Like that's not natural. That's not what corn, or and I think that's maybe the reason why they changed the name of it to corn because it used to be maize. You know what I'm saying? So at least that's what they used to call it, but it's a hybrid of that what we used to make, which that might have been a
You say it
form
used to be called
of
who? MASE.
no, it's MAIZE maize.
Oh, okay. Okay. Man, that's
So
crazy.
yeah, I mean you can look that stuff up, man. Like there's videos that even go over a lot of the history of it because that was one, especially for America, like that was one of the big things that we've always grew here on this landmass. So it's but a
My
lot of us
bad, y'all.
just accept the changes as they come, you know, kind of like like you get used to certain things, and because it fills your stomach up, you feel like it's done you good, but not necessarily.
Yeah, yeah, I got you. Yeah, man.
Let me play
Can't say, bro.
let me play a bit of this video before we wrap it up. A little bit more of this neoliberal. Y'all check this out. Don't go to sleep on me.
only came about because of deindustrialization. But that transition was a messy one. Throughout the 1970s, the US experienced what's called stagflation. Economic growth, frequently measured by GDP, stagnated, sometimes less than 1% a year. Simultaneously, from 1969 to 82, inflation rates kept rising. It peaked in 1980 at 14.8%. See, that's stagflation, as in a stagnant economy and high inflation. Exacerbating these economic woes were two energy crises, one in 1972 and another in 1979, due to Middle Eastern oil embargoes. The US economy ran on oil, so people really felt the problem. Stagflation was something Keynesian economics could not cope with. These were opposing forces in their models, so they could neither predict it nor give adequate policy advice. Nixon attempted to halt it in 1971 by freezing federal wages, raising the tariff, and completely removing US currency from the gold standard. It had the opposite effect, leading to an economic shock. Keynesianism collapsed, leaving room for alternatives like Friedman's monetarism. But neoliberalism is not merely the Chicago School of Economics approach. Keynesianism merely justified reform capitalism, such as the New Deal. Economists have massive influence, but they are not the politicians who ultimately make these policies. Far more went into the change than mere academic thought. One could also see how tough on crime rhetoric brought it about. Barry Goldwater campaigned for law and order in 1964 during his presidential campaign, using the Birmingham riots as a way to somehow discredit the Civil Rights Act. This was kind of the first permutation of the Southern strategy. But Goldwater honestly believed that the act violated states' rights to govern their own race relations, regardless of whether they oppressed their citizens. He didn't win, though, except in the South, but Lyndon Baines Johnson took on his rhetoric anyways, eventually implementing the Civil Obedience Act to fight the race riots of the Long Hot Summer. The next president took on the same rhetoric as Goldwater, declaring that
America's public enemy number one in the United States is drug abuse. In order to fight and defeat this enemy, it is necessary to wage a new all-out offensive.
This initiated the drug war, and Nixon used it to target hippies and civil rights activists with drug raids. But he didn't want to grow the federal government with this, for that would violate states' rights, instead relying on state and local police to enforce the new prohibition. And Ronald Reagan would... Wait a second. What's his middle name? Wilson! Reagan would heighten the drug war to ridiculous levels in the 1980s, beginning the rapid militarization of police, which I've spoken of in a previous video. He also frequently referred to so-called welfare queens, who illegally benefited from welfare programs, though it had a pretty obvious racial basis. Reagan used this complaint to cut LBJ-era benefits while heightening policeable requirements for welfare qualification. This all disproportionately affected racial minorities. But the point here is that tough-on-crime rhetoric ultimately funnels funds to police, targets political enemies, and cloaks much of it behind terms like states' rights. By focusing on racial issues, politicians could campaign for smaller government.
The 9 most terrifying words in the English language are, "I'm from the government and I'm here to help."
Though it never actually creates smaller government. Capital requires enforcement, hence the increase in policing, which has continued throughout the sixth party system. Disillusionment with the government is another cause. Throughout the 1970s, there were a series of revelations that broke the confidence of the American people in their government. The first was the Pentagon Papers. A series of exposés in the New York Times revealed a whole bunch of government secrets about the Vietnam War, such as secret bombings in Laos, a torture and assassination program, and that the public was regularly fooled into believing that the war was going well. The US pulled out of Vietnam in 1973, but 2 years later, North Vietnam invaded the South in clear violation of the Paris Peace Accords. The US was so fed up with the war by that point that we chose not to get involved again. This was a tremendous blow to American culture, which became increasingly pessimistic largely in part because of anti-war sentiments. But the president who administered that pullout was no longer in office. When dealing with the Pentagon Papers, Nixon admitted no wrongdoing, instead blaming previous administrations and using the Espionage Act to go after the whistleblower. A couple years later, he'd use the same tactics with the Watergate scandal. During the '72 election, his White House plumbers broke into the opposition's headquarters at the Watergate Hotel. They were caught red-handed, but Nixon used executive privilege to cover up the issue. After a 2-year investigation, the DOJ had enough to link Nixon to the fraud. Despite Nixon's insistence that
I have never obstructed justice. And I think, too, that I can say that in my years of public life, that I welcome this kind of examination, because people have got to know whether or not their president is a crook. Well, I'm not a crook.
I'm not a crook.
he in fact was, and resigned in disgrace.
I shall resign the presidency effective at noon tomorrow.
The scandal rocked the American electorate so much that we started to apply "gate" as a suffix to further scandals, beginning with Billygate in 1979, where Carter's brother turned out to be getting bribes from Libya for some unknown reason. Congress quickly reacted to Watergate. They were about to impeach Nixon if he hadn't resigned, so they chose to investigate the executive branch as a whole instead. President Ford tried to head them off by creating his own investigation, but that didn't stop the Senate. Led by Frank Church, they uncovered a report commissioned by Nixon, metaphorically called the Family Jewels. It revealed all kinds of CIA misbehavior, from illegal surveillance to MKUltra, which were LSD-fueled mind control experiments. This prompted the House of Representatives to open their own committee. So now there were both houses of Congress and the executive branch investigating government overreach, and they found a lot. They even helped publish the FBI's files from their illegal counterintelligence program, or COINTELPRO, which targeted Americans they labeled as dissidents with blackmail, false accusations, and evidence planting. All of these documents remain publicly available today. Congress clamped down on executive power by restricting privileges and requiring congressional oversight for federal agencies, especially the intelligence community. The FBI struck back at Congress by revealing that some members took bribes during a sting operation. So, as you can guess, the American people felt betrayed by their government to the point of paranoia.
I don't know what to do about the depression and the inflation and the Russians and the crime in the street. All I know is that first, you've got to get mad. You've got to say, I'm a human being. God damn it. My life has value. I want you to get up right now and go to the window, open it, and stick your head out and yell, I'm as mad as hell, and I'm not going to take this anymore.
You'll still hear conspiracists use these findings to excuse their idiotic speculation. Suffice it to say, limiting the government was not just about austerity, but a moralistic thing. People wanted to get tough on the government itself. Local governments faced their own crises too, that became a national sensation. The urban blight of the 70s came from de-industrialization, but was worst in New York City. It nearly went bankrupt, and initially the federal government refused to bail them out. The financial center of the world was insolvent. They tried to refinance their debt, but the city kept plunging deeper, leaving the streets looking like a war zone. They turned to austerity measures, cutting anything they could, even coercing various unions to donate parts of their pension funds to the city. But what really saved the city was regular federal stimuluses after that initial refusal. It took bailouts, but the city thought that austerity was the answer. They deregulated and privatized as much as they could as well, including how the stock market functioned, becoming a beacon of neoliberalism for the rest of the US. President Carter began federal liberalization of the market with deregulation. He deregulated national transportation from railroads, buses, and airlines, which led to huge benefits for consumers overall. The best of his deregulation came with the removal of restrictions on home and microbrewing. The entire craft brew scene has Carter's neoliberalism to thank for it, and Reagan promised even more. Under Reagan, neoliberalism flourished. He fused the different facets of conservatism together. There was the religious right fighting for traditional values, neoconservatives fighting communism and socialism at home and abroad, and neoliberalism for fiscal conservatives. And of course, as with the terms like traditional values and anti-communism, these are hazily defined. I've seen a lot of folks complaining that one person doesn't perfectly fit one category or another, but that completely forgets that it is this tripartite fusion that defines modern-day conservatism, the most important part being neoliberalism. This is sometimes called the three-legged stool of conservatism. Each leg is culture, economy, and policy, both foreign and domestic. As with all forms of
With the religious
conservatism,
right,
it is not so much
neoconservatism,
about
and neoliberalism.
transforming society, but preserving it. Often an imaginary past that never really existed. Even our most recent Democratic presidents have appealed to this three-legged stool, especially with neoliberalism. Reagan, who coined the term Make America Great Again, made neoliberalism the most important part of his policy. He went so far as to attempt cutting Social Security benefits, before finding out that that is the third rail of politics the hard way. But he did manage to continually deregulate the economy and privatize federal programs. He also started the trend of the US requiring free trade agreements as a foreign policy goal for every nation we could, effectively barring countries from protecting their economies through regulation. And it's not as though Reaganomics was actually trying to downsize the government, as is so frequently claimed. Reagan initiated a growth in US debt unseen since World War II. His military and police budgets continually expanded, which after all is the biggest part of governing. And for all the talk of how economic expansion from his austerity measures would create more jobs, no trickle-down took place, instead cutting away a vital safety net for the poor so that far wealthier people had to pay slightly less taxes. The trend.
Okay, that last line kind of sums up what neoliberalism is.
Yeah, man. I mean, as he's laying out all of the descriptions of, like, I mean, it really is just like right now, just living through an already playbook, play out of the playbook. Because I mean, everything like when he said, because I remember this was from another source where 1971 was the last time that the dollar was actually worth $1, and not long after, well, I think they mentioned this 1972, like the year after that, based on this source, it's it was already at a 15% inflation mark. So I mean, that's kind of what we're dealing with right now, that those levels. And it's just crazy how, like, when you talk about from Gerald Ford to Nixon, what's his name, Reagan, all that, like during those time periods, like all of the things that was happening, the impeachment of Nixon, like just like, but in a much tighter window now, because we're talking about just in between Trump, well, really between Obama and Biden. You know what I'm saying?
Like the same cycle kind of happened.
The exact same thing.
And it's really interesting. The reason why I wanted to focus on this is because I wanted people to try to begin to understand that the right wing and the left wing agree on neoliberalism at the very least.
Yeah. Well, and I mean, I would rather us look more so that okay, yeah, when we're looking at policies, because I mean, we're talking about politicians, there's no difference between a conservative or a liberal. They might have different talking points, but at the core, democracy, the Democrat, let's just say the liberals, the conservatives, however you want to list them, those are ideologies that us as masses follow, but the actual politicians, regardless of which party they choose, a lot of them look at everything else at a higher level, which makes them something other than what they're telling us. This is just another way to divide us is through these different principles, But
Meanwhile, they are all on the same team.
exactly.
And that's what I want people to really try to understand, because we keep arguing about uh, liberal or conservative or Republican, Democrat. You know what I'm saying? Left, right. Get that
Yeah.
shit out of your head and think more of like what are the policies? What how will they impact people's life,
Yeah.
you don't think about which politician or which party they're from, and then familiarize yourself with neoliberalism, because then that way when you hear the words coming out of their mouth.
Well, yeah, or even when they're exemplifying certain aspects of it, like
Yeah.
that's the part right there, is to be able to identify when you're seeing what you're seeing, but you know, as far as like you attaching people to an idea, you have to question the fact: do they actually believe these ideas that they're trying to impose on you to get you to vote for them or to follow them? Because I mean, people are, you learn to like people. They'll get you. That's like that whole ad we like last week when we was talking about the guy from Louisiana smoking pot out in the middle of a field, and it's like, okay, some people will get sucked into that. Oh man, shoot, look, and he did it on TV, man. Like some people will get, you know, somehow uh in entrapped by that idea that he's trying to tell you or show you, that image he's showing you. But there's so many other things that he's going to involve himself in um during, if he gets in the office within his term, that if that's the only thing you look at, shit, he can just say, well, I didn't, he don't have
I
to
just said I
identify.
was going to legalize marijuana. I ain't said nothing
Yeah,
about
well,
cutting all the
or
food stamps or whatever.
yeah, or even
I don't think he's
focus.
that guy though, from what I've seen. But I get your point though, and also I think that his marketing strategy is it's probably going to work. I ain't going to say he's going to win, but he's going to definitely get a lot of support using that ad.
Well,
Like you say, a lot of people are going to get caught up in the sensationalism of it, so it's going to
exactly.
work.
Yeah, I think it's already working. But, like I said, I mean, we can't be that simple. You know what I'm saying? If he's the best guy for the job, go out and vote for him. But, and that's, how I feel about really any candidate. But you have to do some form of investigation of each one of these people, because it really it matters. Because I mean, these, and then like, because whatever they're promising you that they're gonna do, and then you can follow their trail. You can see what they actually did while they were in office, and when it's time to vote again, you can say, hey, look, you said this, but you did this. You
And that's one of the things that they keep under wraps all the time. They barely breeze over it all the time. But I think they should be blasting that shit on TV all the time. The names of the Congress people and
and how
what
they voted.
and how they voted, and put that shit on TV. I mean, you can look that stuff up,
But
but
yeah,
they should play it on the damn news, like every damn night or whatever the hell people watching. The people,
yeah.
because they don't really educate you politically. It's always just them talking about their damn opinion. They're not telling you about the procedures. The whole thing has procedures. Like that's how they be knowing what's gonna happen for the most part. You know,
Well,
it's it's
but that's why they're now commentators instead of being journalists.
yes, talking
Because
heads.
yeah, they can't identify. They can't really say that they're journalists, because that would be a bold-faced lie. These
And
are
I don't think
commentators. That's
and I
that's
I think a lot of them don't understand the procedures too, and don't really understand what they're talking about. Like, not saying these people are dumb, but they know stuff like statistics and stuff like that. Like, they're detached from actually what's happening. Like, they don't even really know, even though they're like the expert, if you will, or whatever, on CNN talking all this shit, but really don't know. They're just some guy who fucking read an article and they're reading it. You know, they're repeating, regurgitating some shit.
Well, exactly. That's the part I was just about to get to, because most of them are following a script, and based on that personality, it makes seem to come off a little different than what you might hear on a different station. But shoot, in
It's
some
the same
cases,
words.
it's the exact same thing. Like the father or mother company has already kind of
Yep.
laid out the script of how the propaganda on how they're gonna sell this whole idea, and it's a lot of it's word
I
for
want to
word.
say it's only like 6 companies now. Like, literally all the media,
Well,
literally everything. And I think
that's
it's
what I'm
like
saying.
6 companies.
Well,
And
and then
this is all media,
yeah,
everything.
yes, yes. I mean, from the cartoons you watch, from the news to the television
The
shows,
movies,
like
the
they
music.
all have the music. They all have a hand. Like, and media is not just the news or the TV. Like, media is any form between the government and the people.
Yeah, the
Anything.
radio, the
They are
advertise,
they are a medium. They come in between you and something else, and
the
that's usually,
ads.
the ads get paid for by the same people that, because I mean, like, it's just those are advertise. That's why they list it as advertising dollars, because they're just using funds built up from one place to use it in a different area, but it's still maybe a company that's owned by the same people who's paying for the ads.
Exactly.
So you can't. I'm like, you can't trust the TV, the media, and all that kind. Like,
At
there's
all.
yeah.
At all. And the books too. So that's why you have to you got to dig through everything to find stuff. And most of the best stuff is going to be coming from kind of like independent sources. Some of the big places, they do a little bit of good work because they want to have readers and listeners and watchers, but they keep the like good stuff at a minimum, and they fluff the shit out of everything, you know,
And
and bleed it for as much profit as they can.
well, and
So that's what happened to public. Remember PBS, bro? Deuce, you there? Man, Channel 8.
Yeah,
I
I'm
remember PB.
I
Well, it might
grew
have
up
been a
on
different channel. It might have been a
I
different channel for me, but growing up, but PBS, we definitely had that.
that you do y'all understand? I don't think y'all really understand because PBS, Public Broadcasting Service, it was the money that it took to run the place was all completely from donations to people, the regular folks, and that's how we got Sesame Street and all of that shit, because this was all educational stuff. So they wanted to keep all the advertisers and all any kind of influence out of it so they could just focus on education. You know, there's no money in this. Educating the people is the benefit. You get a whole generation of kids that know something. They know how to spell or whatever. They know the ABCs or they know how to count or what the fuck ever. You know,
Yeah.
a lot of these kids, we didn't get to go to school. Like, it costs money to get your kids into pre-K. Sesame Street taught a lot of kids, basically, is what I'm trying to say. And so, but Sesame Street is not the same anymore. It has ads. It's not as educational. It's, you know, it has been taken
It's
over.
more political. It's more political. Like,
It's
they, there's some kind of hidden story, subliminal
it's
message
at some
that's
point
within.
it switched over from being publicly funded to being funded by the big corporations. And that's the problem. We need a media that's funded by the people, and that way they don't have to answer to an executive. They just answering to the people. And all we want to know is the truth. So we ain't gonna have no problem with you as long as you telling the truth. And you're gonna want to tell the truth as best
But
you know it.
but did they have any news that went out that was actually like, I mean, it was a informative place, but like in teaching certain things. But did they ever have like a true news section in that in PBS?
They did. It's the PBS News Hour. It came on every day. I used to watch it.
Okay, see, I never really saw that.
And it was
Oh,
really good too. Really good. It's better than like Democracy Now! Is about the closest thing I can compare to that. But Democracy Now! Is really left and it's biased as fuck. PBS, like, it tried to be neutral, and I think it was in a lot of ways. Like, it was the most neutral news that you could get. Because
yeah.
everything you watch, CNN, MSNBC, Fox, you name it, they all have an angle. PBS was just kind of like giving you the history or giving you the story or telling you what it is, kind of trying to leave out an opinion, letting you, develop your own fucking idea of what the fuck the information, like a fucking grown ass person that we are out here. Let me read
Exactly.
some comments because I'm behind. Did I say this one? I think I said that one. Used to you could use grow house waste water on your lawn and it was great. Now it poisons the water. Asians eat bread and are hungry an hour later. We eat rice and are hungry an hour later. It's more about how you train your body. Try the phrase build back better. Hold on. There's a super cut of Tony Blair, Greta Thunberg, Caroline Lucas, Andrew Cuomo, Hillary Clinton, Nancy Pelosi, Bill Clinton, Justin Trudeau, Boris Johnson, Elizabeth Warren, Barack Obama, Joe Biden, Bill Gates, Layla Moran, Kamala Harris, CBSN's Tanya Rivera, Prince Charles, Kristalina Georgieva, Prince Harry, Sadiq Khan, Jacinda Ardern, Antonio Gutierrez, Klaus Schwab, all using that phrase. Okay. Yeah. Tell me is not part of the MWO agenda. I would say New World Order, but what letters are weird, so I don't know what that is. Sesame
Well,
Street is now owned.
that's probably what he meant. The NWO.
The Sesame Street is now owned by HBO's parent company. Of course. Makes sense. I didn't know that, but that makes sense because their product is trash now. PBS NewsHour was only shown in a few major markets. It had to have funding, and smaller markets couldn't afford it. So that's what I'm saying. Like, we had PBS did do a pretty good damn news show, but it couldn't get funded. And of course, it's not gonna get funded. They don't want your ass to know no fucking real ass news.
Yeah, I mean, but I mean,
And there was no ads. That's
they
the
act
thing.
as if these companies, have not monopolized. Like, they made some kind of law or something that was, where they wouldn't allow monopolies, but they, pretty much have people, whether they're family members or still a part of some, major group, that if, even though it's owned by, or maybe, assumed to be owned by different people, it's still controlled by a a community at the least, because there's a lot of, boards and, people who supposedly run these companies, but they have monopolized media big time. Or, or either they're all in cahoots, like I said, the neoliberalism,
Yep.
when you look at it, has, shown its ugly head.
And I think a lot of people are starting to become like aware of it. So they're looking for other places to get their news and even their, other types of media, you know.
When people start to trust other countries at least because they might be doing the same thing in their own country, but to get the take of how they see America from other countries is very, very interesting because it's like,
That's what I be trying to say over and over and over. Because why would they? They don't have no reason to lie. So you're gonna get a lot more truth on any news, especially if it's related to politics or the military. Anything related to politics, military, and pharmaceuticals, you will get better news from. But you got to be careful too, though, because we tied up with like the UK and some other countries like Germany too, I want to say. But other countries don't give a fuck and they don't have no reason to lie. They just gonna be like, yeah, this is what it is, y'all.
But one of the scariest things for me that people believe so much is like these fact checkers. Like, okay, who's fact checking the fact checkers? Because like, I mean, we've already talked about following the money, like who's actually paying these people to fact check shit. But I think you have to have multiple systems, what private systems that allow people to do research and find out things, and then maybe combine at a certain point. But to kind of I guess discuss the different information that they found. But people, as long as somebody that they know, like people who's been deceitful forever, once they say, well, it's been fact checked and blah blah blah. But okay, with what sources? Can I see your bibliography? Like what? Where did you go to prove that this was right or wrong or whatever?
They be pulling that shit out of their ass, talking about I'm a fucking specialist or whatever. I'm an expert. Fuck out of here with that shit. Doc says I use Al Jazeera and Australian Skynet. I don't know Skynet. I think I do, but I'm not all that familiar with Skynet. I'm very familiar with Al Jazeera. I think Al Jazeera has become more and more freaking influenced by the United States. And I'm not liking them that much lately. I'm really haven't been feeling. A lot of their reports are slanted as fuck too.
I used to like the Young Turks.
Oh yeah, they're horrible now. When they first came out, they were pretty good, but now they've turned to shit. I like RT. RT is pretty good. That's
there's another one.
Russia TV.
What's the? Yeah, well, I hadn't seen much of that, but there's another one I think that. Shoot, what was it? I think it was out of the UK, but dang,
BBC. They're pretty good, but again, they're a lot like the rest of the ones that we just mentioned. Al Jazeera. I mean, BBC does do good shit. Do not get me wrong. Their documentaries a lot of times are good, but their news stories they will. But I watch BBC. I watch all of them. BBC is one of the better ones. I ain't gonna lie, but they're pretty damn slanted too.
Well, I think more so.
America.
I mean, all they got to do is get that threat or that offer. That offer that you
phone
can't
call.
refuse.
Because they're connected. They're connected to the United States. They with all the UN nations, those are the ones that are connected and they're gonna make sure that their media is all saying the same thing, if you will. So, but out in countries outside of the UN, you can get some really good news of American United States politics and stuff that's happening within the United States. Way better than what you see how many I just saw recently in the news fucking Mexican they always been killing Mexican journalists, but they've been killing them like crazy. They're killing Mexican journalists like crazy right now. That's right south of the border of us. And that's really scary because they're hard on journalists here. They don't kill you. They just make you not have a job if you tell too much truth. They blackball you out the industry.
Yeah, and try steal your credibility and all this, that, and the other. You know, but I
Docs,
mean, I ain't gonna lie. Some of these things, I don't think you having sex with a woman outside of your marriage really makes you a bad reporter, or
or a bad president.
or bad anything. Like I
You
mean,
got getting some
you
head
might
in
be
the Oval Office.
a bad husband or wife, but
But that don't have nothing to do with the job he's doing. Let's look at what job he's doing. Let's get off of that shit. Doc says Young Turks are the ones behind AOC. Listen to them and then listen to her, especially in her earlier interviews before she was better trained. I don't know about that because they be on AOC's ass now. I always use small letters for AOC. She doesn't believe in capitalism. Because it's getting late. I'm gonna play a bit more of this video and then we'll wrap it after that. Let me play a bit more of this.
Was set. Bush Sr. promised,
But I will, and the Congress will push me to raise taxes, and I'll say no. And they'll push, and I'll say no. And they'll push again, and I'll say to them, read my lips. No new taxes.
without taxes to raise, he could not sponsor new programs. Only problem is he didn't follow through, raising a gas tax in order to pay for the Gulf War. So his re-election campaign was mired by Ross Perot running as even more fiscally conservative. Bill Clinton won instead. He did raise taxes to balance the budget, but also cut government programs even further after he failed to pass a universal healthcare program. Instead, he took what he called a triangulation strategy, as in compromising with conservatives. Considering Republicans signed a contract with America filled with neoliberal goals, that middle ground he sought was further and further in the conservative camp. So Clinton implemented further neolib changes, such as more welfare reform and ending the Great Depression reform called Glass-Steagall that required banks to differentiate between investment and commercial purposes. The following Bush cut taxes as well. Then Obama seemed to be different at first with massive regulatory overalls. He put on his regulatory overalls. Obama seemed to be different at first with massive regulatory overhauls, mandatory healthcare buy-ins, and environmental protections, but he ultimately extended Bush's cuts, the deregulation of previous administrations, and continued federal privatization of such things as prisons and security. The Trump administration continued to push for deregulation and privatization, though to very little effect, save for easily reversible policies, but he simultaneously bucked some of these neolib trends, such as his fighting against free trade agreements and raising tariffs. Who knows what Biden will become, but he was Obama's VP after all. But all in all, neoliberalism worked spectacularly at first. The 80s and 90s were great if you measured by GDP. There were a few bumps here and there, but this form of capitalism remained triumphant in 1991, when the Soviet Union fell. It was easy to associate neoliberalism with that victory. Eventually, we'd find a new enemy in terrorism, but that was not some world power that threatened our entire economic regime. The wealthy made immense fortunes from emerging technology, global finances, resource management, and government contracts. Elites wielded incredible influence with their money to continue neoliberalism that benefited them so much. Think tanks, lobbyists, and advertising gained more and more influence since 1980 due to all this money in politics. It is to the point that Jeff Bezos, owner of Amazon.com, is nearing John D. Rockefeller's fortune, who is still the richest man in American history. But while all of this is going on, bubbling underneath this seeming prosperity was a steadily increasing wealth inequality. Poor and median wages stagnated from 1980 to present, at least when taking account for inflation. And the millennial generation will be the first in American history to experience a decrease in life expectancy. But it would take a substantial economic crisis to really begin the opposition to neoliberalism. In 2007, all this deregulation allowed for predatory home loans to send the economy into a recession. Neoliberalism had so deregulated mortgages that they could adjust rates even when well beyond their lendee's ability to pay, leading to what's called the subprime mortgage crisis. Making matters worse was the way these loans were bundled together for investors, making the housing market heavily leveraged on these bad securities in ways that the US government had simply lost control over the 30 years prior of deregulation. As more homes were foreclosed upon, the economy tanked and we went into a 3-year recession in 2008. This was a turning point. In order to stop another Great Depression, the federal government gave 2 gigantic bailouts to major corporations. Bush supported one, and Obama pushed the other through. Now, these bailouts were eventually paid back, and perhaps they saved us from a terrible depression. Nonetheless, the Great Recession that followed was not happy times for the American electorate. While this stimulus may have kept major capital afloat, it did not come with relief for the poor, recovery for the economy as a whole, and worst of all, no reform to prevent this from happening again. So Americans saw the bailouts as just another benefit for the economic elite. Despite the standard neoliberal dogma that more profitable corporations will result in more jobs, the opposite happened. Unemployment peaked at 10% in October of 2009, and it only slowly recovered from there for the next decade before COVID-19 reversed much of those gains. Understandably, people were disillusioned. Just as with the 1970s, the Great Recession seemed to be a turning point, but not in the same way. Opposition arose to parts of neoliberalism, but not the whole. Americans did not turn against the entire system. In fact, that is what made this the most important differentiation point in American politics. To everyone in the US, the problem is clearly an establishment pushing policies that have deepened our economic woes. The problem is, who is that establishment? This is the fundamental root of the rise of populism. You see, the parties aren't all that different, save for one particular aspect. Who is the elite that is causing this problem? For Republicans, they blamed bureaucrats making inept policies that pushed jobs overseas and allowed for immigrants to outcompete natives. But most importantly, they blamed the government itself. The first battleground of these Republican populists was over Obamacare. It was essentially a new tax requiring everyone to buy into the healthcare system. Some thought it was socialism. A lot of people honestly believe that Obamacare is socialism even though it's just a tax. It's nowhere close to even the national healthcare systems proposed by so many politicians since Theodore Roosevelt. Nonetheless, the fact that this was essentially a new tax brought about many people to fight it, regardless of whether they were affected by it. They took on the tradition of patriots fighting against British taxes in 1773, who threw tea into the Boston Harbor. This new Tea Party campaigned against Obamacare. They spoke of the government deficit and balancing the budget as key ways to correct the economy. The elite they opposed were technocrats who expanded the government. Technocrats are experts appointed or hired into the government specifically to run it with their expertise. Right-wing populists say these technocrats are the establishment that allows for illegal immigration and a nanny state that is somehow causing our economic woes. They are political insiders immune from the will of the people. Right-wing populists are particularly concerned with tax hikes because they see the use of government welfare as a kind of handout for the supposedly undeserving. Even though it's Reaganomics cutting such programs in the first place that has led to such high poverty rates.
That's what I be saying.
They justify further tax cuts with austerity measures and false claims that the economy will somehow grow enough to replace that lost government revenue. So you can draw a direct line from the Tea Party to the Trump administration. For the Democrats, the answer was the economic elite themselves. Rather than the system of neoliberalism, left-wing populists speak more of the robber barons and raising taxes on them. This came in full force 2 years after the Tea Party arose. People in New York took over a park just down Wall Street from the stock exchange, ostensibly to protest the upper class. They occupied the park for 2 months before their dispersal. But while they were there, it sparked off sympathetic protests across the US of people occupying public spaces. Their main slogan was, "We are the 99%. You see, they were protesting the top 1% of the economy. The problem is, they had no real goal. Ostensibly, they wanted some kind of poor relief by taxing that 1%. but they did not propose concrete policy. This is where political outsiders like Bernie Sanders began to make inroads into the Democratic Party once again. They fought the establishment of rich influence in politics, though, as the Occupy movement itself indicates, with far less success. Biden may have some left-wing populist influence, but it is extremely moderate compared to the populism of Trump. The left-right divide is at the core of populism today. Whether fighting technocrats or rich influence, this populist difference is at the core of our political divide. It is often framed as a fight over big government, but neither side is concerned with the actual size of government. Rather, what is its role? Should experts run their respective departments? Should rich people be able to use their disproportionate buying power to influence policy? Each side is fighting an establishment. Neither of these effectively combats the system underneath. Right-wing populists perpetuate deregulation and privatization, while left-wing ones continue that free trade focus. Both maintain the atomization of individuality. Hence the reason why it's become so much more difficult to form a labor union. It's not just laws that prevent class solidarity, but the very psychology of neoliberalism.
This is what
You can't sit and negotiate with a union that's in violation of the law. And their oath. And their oath.
Though there's been a ton of union busting in this neoliberal age, the very idea that individuals cannot unify infects our politics. Left-wing populists may be more pro-union than right-wing ones, but they still both perpetuate the system. Collective bargaining power, as can be used by unions and whatnot, is antithetical to this atomized individuality. And once again, we have yet to adjust to how economic regulation can function under a service economy. This takes new adaptations for which we have none. And remember, none of this has anything to do with the size of government. Right-wing populists are happy to expand military and police expenditures, quite contrary to their small government aspirations, while left-wing populists wish to downsize that solely to replace it with social programs. This is our most fundamental divide, and it misses the point. Neoliberalism itself is to blame. It came about as de-industrialization caused a chaotic switch over the crisis of confidence to a service economy. Due to the failure of Keynesianism and the New Deal, neoliberalism took over. Ronald Reagan explained his neoliberal intent quite clearly with his inaugural speech, saying,
"The economic ills we suffer have come upon us over several decades. In this present crisis, government is not the solution to our problem. Government is the problem."
The reduction of government is not the actual goal. Privatization, globalization, and deregulation are. Neoliberalism removes the reforms of the New Deal coalition, bringing us closer to laissez-faire capitalism and atomizing individuality. It is the consumption of public interests by private ones, which privileges the wealthy. The ramifications of this policy brought about immense wealth inequality, which developed into the Great Recession. Populists only partially answered the problem of neoliberalism, fighting some kind of establishment, which is the deep issue at the heart of American politics. But there is something further. While the party switch set this current political system in motion, culture wars gave a facade of drastic rhetoric, and populism, spurred on by neoliberalism, underlies the divide, there is something amplifying all of this. The very medium this episode is on is partially to blame. Technology itself, from radio talk shows, cable news, and internet filter bubbles, has exaggerated our gradual political polarization. But that will have to wait until the next episode. At least.
Okay. All right. I'm not going to put y'all to sleep. I'm sorry for all of that. That had to feel like a class. Y'all know, did y'all hear in the news that they are sending, I don't know what's the number, but let's say $1 billion worth of military aid to Ukraine?
How much?
I don't know what the number is. I don't want to lie to y'all. I don't know what the number is. It's a huge number. And they're sending it to Ukraine for military aid. And they're rushing this through Congress. I think they already did it. I don't know if they did it or not. It's happening right now, if it hasn't happened already. So, but my point of mentioning that is that, you know, it's like they always can pull money out of their ass. Like, the whole thing with Ukraine, like, first off, like, who gives a fuck? I mean, no offense to people in Ukraine, but for the people here in the United States who need this, that, and the other, what's going on at the border of Ukraine and Russia is way down the list of fucks to give for us. We got shit going on over here, and we just had a battle in Congress with them trying to pass some kind of thing that would help the people, but they can quickly just send a whole bunch of money to Ukraine. Just pull it out of their ass. It's not a problem. It's an emergency.
Yeah, I don't get it either. I mean, to me, this is a part of the bigger plan. Because I mean, if America, because I mean, we're looking at where we've got inflation, at the highest it's been in decades. You got we got all of these major problems where if if the dollar pretty much falls out the bottom, let's just say it becomes no value, like we've seen happen to other countries, then they can. And this is my opinion. This is just like I'm not saying that how true it is, but I'm seeing where they could try to make a play where they create a new government with a new constitution and everything, and under a whole new order of law. So I think that they wanted to fail because that would allow them to be able to do something different. Like, I mean, mass hysteria, the Civil War, people going crazy everywhere, famine going on, people not able to, because the trade, like, I think a lot of this stuff has been planned for it to happen the way it's happened.
What you made me think of a quote. It goes like, "Never let a good crisis go to waste, and if there's no crisis, create one." I don't know where that comes from, but
no, I mean that comes from well, that's comes from the playbook. You know what I'm saying? That's definitely one of the things that they do. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's war in different places really for no reason. Like, I mean, okay, well, how much, what I'm saying? Instead of being good negotiators, no, we want all of it. We're going to knock you off of your throne and come and take it. And, whatever. I mean, it's so many different ways to really see this. But one of the things I really wanted to talk about was the whole segment of when Obama was in office and they um, gave aid to the banks, the bailout. Well, because I mean, my thing here, because a lot of people got kicked out of their homes, on
I lost my
structure.
house right around that time.
Well,
I'm a victim of it.
You should be more pissed off than just the average
They sent me a
person.
letter. I was a part of a class action lawsuit, but for whatever reason, like the date that I ended up getting out of the house when I did get foreclosed, it was past the date of the date for that class action lawsuit, so I didn't get nothing out of it.
Well, listen to this.
Or it could be
this is
some money
something
floating around out there for me, that I don't know about. Go
you
ahead.
still might be able to get some kind of return from it, but these banks purposely made contracts that was that was going to be a failure. Like, they gave people variable
Adjustable
interest
rate
rates.
mortgages.
Yeah.
ARMs. I had one.
Like, that's a total robbery, and they know it from the beginning. Like, there was no good intentions on that to begin with, but
and they knew they was gonna make money. They made money on
that's
the front end and they made money on the back end, because after these houses got foreclosed on, guess who came in and bought all of these houses? And then
the
what did
bank.
they do to the houses? They turned them into like rent houses.
Yeah. But like, that might have been part of the plan too. To make they wanted to do what they could. There were a bunch of people buying homes, but the bigger picture to all of this is what I don't want people to miss is the fact that people got kicked out of homes that our country, our tax dollars, just repaid all the banks for all of the what losses that they would have incurred, or these mortgages that weren't able to be paid. So everybody's that was going through that should have paid off their homes, but they still lose the home.
Yeah, it's so ridiculous. Like, it doesn't make any sense at all because even if it's not malicious, because you're saying it was malicious, let's say it wasn't malicious, but at the very least, you got to say they wasn't doing their job well. They wasn't handling business. They had these banks that were going under. They were going to literally go out of business. I think they should have went out of business.
Chaka, I believe in giving people the benefit of the doubt. I really do. But there's some things.
Vicious like a motherfucker.
Because look, wait, let me finish what I was saying though. Because what happened after so these niggas failed or was malicious, lost money. The government gave them the money so that they could stay afloat and stay in business. They turned around and used that same money to buy back those same houses that got foreclosed on.
But they didn't have to. But that's
they
the thing.
benefited.
But see,
they
that's
benefited
the thing.
twice.
Their purchases. I mean, because you say exchange.
Hold on. What's the point you're trying to make?
Well, my point is all the money the government basically.
This is educational. Nah.
The government gave the money to the banks after they had just robbed. They robbed.
Yeah, no,
straight up robbed citizens.
I know that part.
The government gave the money to the bank.
I know that part. I'm talking about the.
They do investments. These are investment banks. That's what they do. They do that for a living. All these houses came up for foreclosures, so their sale prices was way down low. So you could buy, if you had the capital, you could right now go find a house that's in foreclosure and go get you a short sale and be able to buy that house for a 10% of what it's worth, and then turn around and sell that hoe at full fucking price.
Well, see, but they didn't have to go
back
and buy
I get all of that. I'm just trying to see
used...
what Pat was saying.
Well, all right. I mean, the main point I was making is that our tax dollars paid off these homes, the losses that were incurred by the banks.
Right.
So if the houses was paid off, then that means the people who
should have got to stay there.
That got jacked in the first place with these, fraudulent pieces of paper, the loans on, like they were conspired against. The bank bailed them out, knowing that they made these subprime. Because I mean, there's prime and there's subprime. So subprime is like, we're making a way to put people in homes that we know can't really afford it. But instead of giving them a better route or a cheaper way to be able to be in that home, they made it worse. They gave them higher percentages. They actually made it harder for them to maintain that home.
Because the adjustable rate mortgage, it would come in at like, let's say $700-800 a month, but it'll balloon. You can either have a balloon payment or you can have just like a where the payment just goes up. Then next month is $2,000.
Yeah, I mean it might be on a yearly basis because you might be able to get a year or 2 years where you add a 2%, 3% rate, but then after that 2 years, because you didn't have no down payment, you didn't have this or that or whatever to be able to really qualify for a prime loan or even just say a normal mortgage payment, like the variable rate, because of what's happening now in the market, that rate can change to whatever they choose. So from 3% to 10% or even 5% or 20%, whatever they decide the market has moved to.
Right.
That's what
right.
They can
it was based on the market. So when they foreclosed on my house, they forgave the debt on the loan, but then they sent me a bill for the taxes on that amount, because for that year it looked like I received all this money because they had paid off my house.
That's a scam too.
I'm trying to tell you. So this whole thing with Obama and bailing out the banks, that's when I really started to pay attention to like I mean, I was kind of into politics before that, but that's when I realized that the shit that they be doing really do affect the nigga's life, like, like
What?
directly.
Man, I
They
saw
took our
that
money,
long.
they took our houses, and then they gave
Bush,
all the money to the banks, and the banks
Bush
just
was
used that money to flip it, and ended up having good years. Ended up having great years. Ended up being able to give bonuses to all the CEOs and shit.
yeah. Well, I'm gonna tell you, Bush was the one who taught me a lesson. You know what I'm saying? He the one, like, watching him in action was really where I was like, wait a minute. So, all right, hold on. I got to pay more attention to this shit. You know what I'm saying? So the
Yeah, when
second Bush, not Bush, because I mean when
yeah,
I
but
mean
George W.
yeah.
Because that's around the age, and George W. Because before George W. I mean, I was young when was it Bush Senior right before George W. Who was right
No,
before
no,
George
no. There,
W.
well, no, there was Clinton, because it
Clinton.
was just yeah.
Yeah, it was Clinton. I remember Clinton.
He-
So
Clinton
that's
was just
around
in
my
between. Yeah,
that was
Clinton
around
was
my
in
teenage
between the two,
years.
the father son.
Yeah, I remember Clinton. Yeah, so I remember Clinton. So I was slightly into politics. I was probably like a teenager, but I distinctly remember when Bush W won, and that shit had to go to the Supreme Court and shit. It seems like he just stole the damn presidency. Like he used his damn connections to get in there.
But bro, I'm gonna tell you, Clinton was like a vampire for real, bro. Like if you really look at like the way he had the people, and like he enamored people, like what I'm saying, like he had this certain some kind of psychosis over the people,
He would
especially black
hypnotize
people.
people. He was like
Yeah,
Obama. He was an Obama. Obama was just like uh Clinton.
but do you see the history of the Democrats is
Hypnotize
why? That's why I'm saying, like, the history of the Democrats is why I have the sentiments that I do, because like every time,
your ass like a
yeah,
magician.
like they
God
they they
damn,
kill
bro. Look
they,
at Making Good. If y'all got
oh
time,
yeah,
look at the damn screen for a second.
no, I see, I'm
And how
watching.
old is she? She still looks so fucking good. I'm
She's
sorry,
got to be
bro.
in her
Go on.
30s now.
Go on.
Man, fuck
But
that hoe.
Oh
I'm
my
trying
remember,
to listen to the
God.
they
lesson in
they
this
they
shit.
they they
Go
suck
ahead.
Fuck
you
that hoe.
in. They suck you in, like they make, like, how, with the law, the rules of the vampire, like they can't come into your house unless you let them in. Well, they done got you
Oh
in
God.
the psyche where they done, I forget what they call it, like, because I used to watch that True Blood, but whatever they call, when they enamor you, you you
Yeah.
you put you done let them in now, by voting for them. So now they
Yeah.
all in your house doing
Yeah.
whatever they want. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah.
and they done sold you on so many bullshit lies that they act like they don't have no control over none of the shit, but they got control over the shit that they want to have control over. Like they can help the banks, but they can't help your ass with your money.
With your money. If if you went, what if your business went out of business? Could you ask the government for a bailout? You could probably ask them for it, but would they give it to you? What makes those can y'all hear me? What makes those businesses special? Why do they deserve to get a bailout? The average United States citizen got a business, and unfortunate circumstances, is the government gonna bail them out?
Hell no. Shit. Well, shit. I wish I could add, like, when my last truck broke down and couldn't get, like, I was just like, you know what, fuck it, y'all trash, like, y'all figure out something to do with this damn truck, and shit, I didn't get no bailout, not by the government.
So that's what I'm
I had
saying.
personal,
What
I
makes
had,
them special? They too big to fail.
bro,
Get the fuck out of here. They sold that shit to the American people, and the American people sucked that shit up. I watched that shit happen.
And that's the part that pisses me off is because the average person, no matter what side they own, are so gullible to where, like, regardless of what is going on, like, they'll excuse it. Like, they don't, like, the people don't even have to ask for, an apology, like, give an apology or ask for forgiveness, but because the people already, like, they'll make up excuses for why the shit happened and try to sell everybody else on their opinion of why things are the way they are. It's like, no, these people are screwing us over, and we just sitting back, just but no, like, we just accepting it.
The acceptance part is what makes me angry. I just want to walk up to people and punch them in the face, just random people on the street, just slap the shit out of them. This comment says banks collected $12.4 billion in overdraft fees in 2020. That means bank took over $12 billion from people with no money during a global pandemic. Like I say, I wish I had like a little electric shocker or something where I could just, when they say when the Mr. Smith jumps out, or they start talking like an ad or something like that, or they just repeating some regurgitated shit they heard from somebody, I could just press a button and just shock them right quick, just like zap them.
Bro. And that should have been illegal, bro.
It is illegal,
like,
on the books.
Like, y'all don't shut everything down. I was working and busting my ass. I paid every bill that came about, and now I can't go to work. I'm waiting to see the government send me a check. And you just have to think, like, if they was doing that, some people who had it, like, especially if you had automatic shit set up in your account, and once you didn't have the money to be able to pay, then as soon as you got your stimulus check in the bank, that shit probably got sucked up by late fees and charge. Oh, what the fuck?
Yeah, so they're just fucking you all the way around, and people are just accepting it. Like I say, man, they need shock treatment.
That's what I'm saying, bro. Like, honestly, like, I really don't care what side of the aisle you tend to lean to. Just at least be, wise enough to really, like, like, pay attention to what, because I mean, I can't say, like, my things that I want to see in life, or the approach that I have at getting to my end might be different than yours. Like, I can't tell somebody what's the best route for them. But what I can say is you need to at least really, at least do some investigation on these people so you know who they are and what they're prone to do. Like, I mean, Biden should have never been in office.
Yeah.
Like, we would have been better off with somebody who was new, and then, like, even if they didn't get Bernie in there, but like,
I can't argue with that. And there's gonna be a backlash to this.
We're living through a lot of it.
But neither side wanted Biden, really. Nobody wanted Biden. Not even Biden wanted to be in there.
That's true. I think that's very true too. But the neoliberalism.
Yep. They got control. They got the power. They pull the strings. They get to say, "Go, Joe. Get out there, Joe. We can't have Bernie Sanders up there fucking up our fucking income." Let me read these late comments. They just print more. Talking about money. We was talking about money earlier. For them to implement the next stage, they have to bankrupt the country and break its medical system. It's part of the fourth and fifth generational war we've been in for the last 60 years. Everybody has a different path. Too many people these days do not look up from their cell phones as they walk. They never find their own path. Just follow the trail ahead. Doc, you sounded like a philosopher on that last one.
That's crazy,
Nobody,
bro.
everybody's scared though. I think what it is though, they train you to like, cause see, that's the whole thing. They want you dependent on the system. They want you dependent on the state. They want you dependent on the government and the corporations. So they make you like scared to try to like do anything on your own. Like, you know what I mean? And then your friends don't help any because they say, just go get a job. Just go get a job. You ain't gonna never be able to do nothing.
But,
And
but
then you got the pressure of the market where you have all these companies with these monopolies. So it really is hard to break into anything unless you're creating a whole new thing.
well, I mean, but it's still see the reason why I have a problem with that outlook is that you know instead of because we still support all of this monopoly bullshit. If we were more like okay, our because I look at it like this: us having our own business. If whatever job that we're doing, you know, I don't know if it's like shit. I forget who I was talking to. They talked about two guys bought like two trucks, garbage trucks, and started their own little section or did something, and it like they end up being like selling their thing off and getting 20%. But
And
like
that's
I
what
mean,
happens every time.
well, but at the same time, like yeah, they could have bought more trucks. The growth might have taken longer, but I still think that that would have you know
They would have turned into
broken up
another
some.
monopoly.
Well,
Is that what you're
no,
saying?
not necessarily. No, I mean, it maybe it could have, but at the same time, I think it breaks up the norm of what these companies have to compete. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Regardless of what it is that you choose to do, because
That's
like
why
for
we
me
have
as
to
a truck,
support
me,
local. We have to support local everything, local whatever, local manufacturer, local everything. Even if we want to go on vacations, we can do those kind of things kind of locally, like keeping the money in our community type stuff by
exactly.
instead of going to Walmart, instead of ordering
But
from Amazon, go to
but
the
you know what
farmers market.
but you know what happens when we do that, and I've seen this too. I guess I forget, but then I'm reminded by more conversation. What they do is they after they see the locals getting supported, then they make a new policy that destroys pretty much everything that you're trying to do. They might raise prices on the smaller guy. They can't afford to get all the products. We stop going to the store because they don't have shit in the store because they being charged so much for this, that, and the third. Like they always find a way to disrupt what we're doing. And like I mean, we have to really get back to like I guess like getting our own boats going to making our own deals with other countries that we want to get products from or exchange products with. But I don't know, man, like this is when it comes to the money, like they really got themselves protected.
It's locked in. But like I say, but what we're saying is the only answer. You create small businesses and support small businesses, and that's why those little restaurants, instead of going to the big chain restaurants too, go to the little restaurants. You want to get something to eat. The food is probably going to be better, and it's probably going to be made with love.
That's what my
There's a
wife.
there's a,
That's what my wife and I.
there's a little
That's what
place that
my
I
wife
go
and I
to,
do, man. But that's just like
and
going
I have a
back to owning your
relationship
own.
with the people. I have a relationship with the lady. Like we have a chat. Sometimes she asks about the kids. She knows the family. You know what I mean? That's a
Yeah,
different experience than going through Whataburger, drive through.
say, bro, I'm gonna tell you, I much preferred that. Um, you know, of course, I am kind of picky when it comes. I mean, you don't know what they're doing in these fast food restaurants, but at the same time, like the board of health goes through checks, make sure everything is done properly. But I would much rather spend, like shoot, you started a burger joint tomorrow. Shit, I'm trying to get to your spot, like, and I'll drive all the way across town to do it.
And that's what
You
we
know,
got to do. That kind of stuff. The convenience. We keep coming back to that. It's the convenience that's getting everybody, and that's if we can just kind of get out of that mindset. But then they keep us in a hurry, right? We're always in a rush. We're on our way to work. We're on our way to school. We're on our way to do this. We don't have that much time. So
yeah,
then that's why we pull into
Man, those
wall.
restaurants like that, they get a lot of business, man. That's just like, my wife and I, we go to a lot of these little spots. You know what I'm saying? Black owned, locally owned, little small gyms around town. And we go to them and they get crazy amounts of business where like you may have a 2-3 hour wait just to get in them. You know what I'm saying? But just going back to the small business thing, man, like being a truck driver and having trying to create a small business within that. You know what I'm saying? Like they make it. That's why you have a lot of people that go to leasing route, leasing through a company because banks make it so hard because they look at a truck driving business. It's a high risk. You know what I'm saying? They make it so hard to get loans and things like that to start up. A trucking business. You know what I'm saying?
yeah,
Like they make it hard for like there's not even a grant. There's not even grants out there for trucking businesses, really. You know what I'm saying? Like they make it extremely hard, and the only way you truly get the financing or the backing for something like that, you have to be dealing with this bank for a long time and have, your credit has to be superb. You know what I'm saying? Like there is so much red tape with trying to create, and that's why you have a lot of guys that go through the leasing and they work that leasing and they use that truck, stack their money and try to buy another truck and things of that nature. But yeah, it's crazy, man, how hard it is, for you to try to create that way, and start those type of, businesses, but it's nothing for a big company to go and say, hey, we want to buy 100 trucks. You know what I'm saying? They'll give that to them, but somebody small like you and I trying to start up, you may be able to go take a personal loan for $25,000, $30,000, and use that money as a down payment for the truck. But like I say, there again, for a bank to take a risk on you to even get a personal loan, your credit has to be damn near superb, or you have to have some assets. You know what I'm saying?
And you'll be angry if you knew how much the government gives these big companies in subsidies every year anyways. Amazon, Walmart, you name it. They all get government subsidies. It'd be like, oh, their job, they produce so many jobs or create so many jobs or whatever, so they get tax benefits and they get actual cash, like they actual get inputs, monetary inputs into their business. Amazon, Walmart, unbelievable. They could be sending those same subsidies, that same money to the small businesses to help support them when they're going through hard times. But
well, and
Walmart, Amazon, they get these every year. They get these subsidies every year. Huge
well,
amounts of money.
I know, but then what I wonder why, because it's not like they're really benefiting, like they're only benefiting themselves and I guess the people, the government, that's because of taxes, or that they make sure that all of the employees pay, but then they're able, because they it's the law for them to take the taxes out of their checks, before they even get their money, they got to take it out or whatever. So that's guaranteed money that they're going to get from every employee, which is really, in my opinion, illegal, because the definition of income is through capital gains. What people making at a job are wages. Wages aren't supposed to be taxed. And
Capital
it's
gains
just
tax. That's what it's supposed to be. And then, but they be dodging the taxes so much that the only way they can get them is through that estate tax. So when they die, because like I said before, they could tax the money when you move it. If you don't move it, you could just keep taking loans out on your money and don't ever touch it, and you don't ever have to pay no taxes, and you just pay back those loans. But the moment you move it, that's when you have to pay a tax. So they just don't ever move it. But when they die, that's when it has to move. So, and that's the last chance a lot of times for these for that money to ever even get taxed. And they're trying to get rid of that.
well, yeah, and I see they're trying to even like something that was meant to be decentralized, the crypto that was supposed to be outside of the banking scope. They've, I guess, created different avenues. But when Biden came up with that, they want to know anytime $600, goes through your account, they want to know about it. But that's
And that's
because
another thing I'm scared of with crypto, bro, because it seems like the government don't really like it. And they could just pass some kind of law or something to make the shit like not be able to be used or something. I guess you can still use it privately because people can barter with whatever they want. Both
But you
parties
can't live your
agree.
life in
bro,
fear, though. You can't.
bro,
You can't live your
say
life in fear. You know what I'm saying? The way you moving right now, you moving on the fear type deal.
no.
You'll never get nowhere. Like,
Let,
you gotta say fuck it and go.
let me let y'all in on a secret. United States has its own crypto. They don't. They want. See, the problem is if the less control, like they're losing control with the decentralized crypto. When you don't have to ask them for money, when you're able to create your own wallet and you have your own bank, pretty much you have your own bank, that you're control of. There's, uh, like crypto banks where once you get in, like you approve yourself for loans. Like there's all kind of systems that's set up that's decentralized that's up to the individual to maintain and manage, and like it's pretty much like having your own private bank. That's where they find a problem because that's where they get pushed out. They can't charge you the $12 billion of whether
Overdraft
and
fees or
the
service fees.
yes, that's where the problem lies. That's why they don't like it, but they become a part of it because they're like, okay, the it's moving to crypto. You'll be able to use different types, different ones. You have be available. Those different ones will be available, but it's gonna be the market that says which one reigns supreme
Yeah.
instead of
So, and I understand
one.
a little bit about it. I think I just need to learn more about it. I think that's why I'm so hesitant. I need to learn more. Let me read the
You
comments real
def
quick.
you de- you definitely do.
Doc says local places, Kima Boardwalk, though it's become mostly corporate places now. Renaissance Fair, Trader Village. He says, I work at Lasagna House. It's been there for over 46 years as a mom and pop restaurant. Where is it, Doc? Because I'm going to go eat there because I like to fuck with local shit. The one bad thing about crypto, billions of dollars can be moved and exchanged with something the size of a USB thumb drive. So what makes that a bad thing?
So it said there's already countries that recognize certain cryptos and allow them as trade and be and
Oh
exchange
shit.
straight to
Yeah.
bank account.
Yeah, my bad.
Yeah,
I put that one up and I'm reading the other one. Yeah, there are already countries that recognize certain cryptos and allow them as trade. The other one
yeah.
is the one bad thing about crypto, billions of dollars can be removed and exchanged with something the size of a USB thumb drive. He says that
What?
Westheimer and Eldridge. I'm gonna check it out. I'm gonna try to remember that. Westheimer
Which?
and Eldridge.
Okay,
Man,
that's
you got so many black-owned like restaurants there. You got Traveler Table. You got Lucille's. You got Casa Nomad. You got Nor, which is like a winery in the Houston area, bro. You can go and try different wines and shit like that, tasting. Like, there's so much shit, like, down, like, in the downtown area, surrounding downtown. Like, we just come off our little anniversary deal. You know, my wife and I, bro, we were all over, like, Westheimer, Montrose area. We were all over Gray Street. You know what I'm saying? We were all over by TSU, you know, Ben's over there by the Children's Museum is where Lucille's is. Like, restaurants where you go there and you sit down, they got live jazz bands playing, phenomenal food. Drinks are off the fucking charts. You know, like, the food is just, you know, it's just, I hear so many of my peers, you know, say, oh man, I want to do this. I want to go to these local restaurants. But every time you turn around, they posting fucking Papados. They
Exactly.
posting restaurants, Papacitos. They're posting like, man, you motherfucker, y'all. It's just, it's like this sign my wife has in the restroom, right? My wife has this sign up in the restroom, and it says, everybody wants to be the change, but nobody wants to change the toilet paper roll.
Yeah.
And that's just with and I look at that shit in life, like, you know, everybody, you know, it's like a lot of people, oh, I want to do this, oh man, they don't allow this, they don't do that. But where are you as an individual? Where are you making that change? You know, is that change starting within your household, within your peers, people that are around you? Are you having these conversations with people that are around you, that people that believe in you, that you can directly affect, and y'all start a trickle effect? You know, it's just like, for me, like, when I don't even go out to eat, bro. Like, I tell my wife straight up, we going out to eat, we going to a little small spot. I don't care if it's Korean, I don't care if it's black, you know, Hispanic, on, like, I'm going to these places to eat. I'm not going to no fucking Papados and spending $40 on a seafood platter, and they fill the bottom half of the plate with bullshit ass crawfish tail. Like, no, fuck that.
I always feel
You know
ripped
what I'm
off when
saying?
I go to
I'm finna go there and get
Papados.
some shrimp and grits. I'm finna go. That's because you keep going to that bullshit. I'm on
Yeah,
bullshit
I don't
ass
do it
chain
no more.
restaurants.
Yeah,
Niggas
You
but
like
keep
start
feeling like
you.
what?
I feel like I get ripped
You
off
know,
every
like,
time I
fuck
go to
that. Like, go
Papados.
look. You can go to all of these different places. Like, bro, I went to this one little spot. My wife took me to. I forget the name of it. I have to ask her when she wake up and let y'all know. But it's a little mom and pop spot, bro. Black on and the downtown area. Now I went there and ordered a seafood platter. When I tell you, they gave me so much fucking food, bro. Like, my wife, when they brought my plate and they brought her plate, she literally boxed her shit up to go because there was so much food. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, and I see all these people like, oh, I'm finna go to Steak 48. What the fuck you going to Steak 48 for? You can go right there in downtown to this little black-owned steakhouse, bro, and for less, you know, people run to what they see other people posting, what they, you know,
Yeah.
oh, this person going here. Like, I want to be different. You know, like, I was that person I became, as a truck driver, all the years of truck driving, I became really reclusive. I became like a hermit, you know, and then when I started getting out and experiencing shit, bro, it was just like, it was a difference, you know what I'm saying? Just going out and chilling at a line, get up and dance. I don't have no rhythm. I don't dance that good at all. But I'll get up
Yeah.
and do a little two-step with the wife, have a few drinks, chill. And to be honest with you, bro, people that's in there, they really looking to interact with somebody else. They're waiting for you to be like, hey, man, what's up, man? Hey, man, what you drinking? You want a drink? Man, I got you. You know, and then, boom, it's a trickle effect. Conversations start. Everybody vibing, chilling, drinking, you know, having fun. You know, it's just, I don't know, bro. I just see things in a different spectrum, and that's why I get motherfuckers tell me, "Oh, you think you better than that?" I'm not better than nobody. I see shit different. I'm tired of hearing motherfuckers talking about what we can't do, what we want to do. Like, you be the change. We can be the change together. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Let's change together. Let's move different. You know, let's expand. You know, let's start working and moving in these ways. You know, that we can be the change, that we can have a foundation, we can, you know, bring our communities back together, you know, bring our communities up stronger, you know what I'm saying? But look, you can't keep giving from an empty cup, you know. Most people in these communities don't have nothing to give, so how can they continue to give? You feel me? Like, it has to be some
Well,
changes
look,
made. Go ahead, my bad.
I'm gonna tell you, bro. I patronize all different types of businesses, and I think it's gonna probably be hard for me not to go to Papados because their consistency is one of the things that I really enjoy about it. It's like the when I say I want this, like that's what I get every time. And I think that's what comes with the big these big well-known places is that the consistency. But I mean they're them being able to replicate these dishes every time. But I still do like going to just a little small spot, regardless of what is on. I'm gonna tell you, I love that Vietnamese pho. So I end up going to like the little Asian restaurants. Uh, it doesn't matter. Like it could be just something no name, something I never heard, and I was like, that seems interesting, and I just go. So I mean,
Yeah.
I don't, and maybe I should look out, seek out different places, but I can't say I'm much different from everybody else because I mean you go to where like everybody talks about certain places like okay
Yeah.
bam
I like to
yeah
be that
so
different, man. I want to try something different. I want to try. That's just like we we were at Taste Bar and we ate at Taste Bar, which is in downtown over there on Bagby, I think it is. And we went around the corner from there to this little ice cream spot, and right next door to the ice cream spot is this place called Jin's Korean Barbecue. You know what I'm saying? So I told my wife, I was like, you know what? Next time we go out, we gonna go. We gonna try that out. Bro, went there. That shit is off the chain, bro. Like you literally sit down at a table. There's like a cooktop deal in the middle of your table. It's like all you can eat. You order all of the different meats and everything that you want. They bring you out the kimchi. They bring you out rice. It's like a Korean style potato salad. They bring you all this different stuff, and you cook all of your meat and stuff like right there. Phenomenal place, bro. Like phenomenal. It's
yeah
just
but
it's.
well and
I,
and like I said I got to be real picky like I'm as far as because I'm on a diet plus like there's certain things I cannot eat uh but because I try to find grilled fish. I'm trying to stay away from as much fried foods and red meats and like different things like that. So
I
finding
feel you.
certain
I feel you.
places, yeah. So I mean, I'm sure there's other places that I can go to that I haven't explored yet. But like I said, yeah, I need to be more give some other places more chances.
Yeah.
Because like I
Check
said,
out
because
Lucille's,
Papados
man.
is Papados for me is just like a almost a no brainer. Somebody say Papados, I'm like, all right, what time? You know what I'm saying? Like that's just the way it
Yeah.
is for them.
I mean, I get it. For me, somebody tell me Papa Do's, I'm like, man, you really want to go to that bullshit? That's just me. You know, I won't eat there, but I've been around to enough of these other spots, bro. That's like you get more bang for your buck. And then I'm a vibe type of person. When you go to Papa Do's, everybody in there they loud. They try. I know you dressed up nice. You go with your lady. You know what I'm saying? It's a whole little vibe. You know what I'm saying? It's different. That's just me. I mean, that's just me. Maybe I'm different. Like you say, sometimes it's not everybody else. Sometimes it's you. But that's just where I'm at. Like I'm not on the chain restaurants no more. I'm not on because I used to deliver food for the Papas, franchise and stuff like that. I used to deliver the Papa Do's and all of those Papacitos and, people like, girl, man, that shit prepackaged, vacuum sealed. They dump that shit in some hot water and they take it like, I was like, nah, man, but that's just where I'm at with it, man. And I feel like a lot of those small places, Like, bro, I'm telling, like Lucille's, they're blackened fish over the grits. The blackened fish over the grits are amazing.
What kind of
Where,
fish?
where's
They have a couple of different kinds of fish that you can get. Of course, the commonly one would be like the catfish, but they have a couple of other couple of other fish,
where's this
named
place at?
fish or whatever you can get. Lucille's is over off of Bend. It's literally across the street from the Children's Museum in Houston.
Okay.
It's
Yeah.
literally across the street from the Children's Museum in Houston. It's a phenomenal place, a beautiful vibe. Like when I went there, it literally took me back to like back in the day where black folks, you pull up in the old school Lincolns, everybody jump out, dude suited down, got his nice hat on, chick, it took me back to that. Then they had the live jazz band playing, you know what I'm saying? Phenomenal drinks. And it's just to me, I'm about a vibe, man. I don't want to go somewhere where everybody's running to,
Yep.
it's just, you can't hear yourself talk, it's just, I like those places. If I'm going out with my lady and my kids, bro, I want a nice, I'm about the vibe, the ambience, the scenery, you know what I'm saying? It's just, yeah, I ain't gonna lie, I go to Papa Do's and get that fondue. I like they fondue, I like the boudin link, but
Man,
beyond
have you
that,
ever had the halibut?
yes, I have had the halibut meal with the, I think I got it with the wild rice and
I,
broccoli and something else I got with it.
I have to get the alligator bite appetizer if I go there.
Oh yeah,
I
my
always
son loves that shit. That's
the sauce is really good.
Yeah.
Look at this
But
comment. It
hey,
says
I'm
America.
not
Hold on.
knocking, man.
Let me read this comment right here. Yeah, well, it's a post on Instagram. It says, Americans, healthcare, please. Pelosi, best I can do is weapons for Ukraine. I just wanted to say that because that's what I was talking about, and it popped up on my line.
well, I mean, that's true. But and that's the thing that like people got to pay attention to is like, wait a minute, like we weren't about, we can send weapons, which is like I don't know what kind of cost, multi-millions or maybe even billions of dollars in aid for war, but we still got homeless people. We got people who are becoming homeless because of this pandemic. Like like it's all kind of things that you could be putting your attention to, but this is what and they hadn't really even explained what the importance is for that whole thing to America. Like what what difference does it make for us? Why can't we just allow certain people to just go on and if because I mean from what I understand, Ukraine the ones that's upset and started all of this. So why do they need our aid? They go and they the little guy. They go start the shit. And now they want the big guy to come and finish up the shit. Like I don't know, bro.
Yeah,
Man,
it's crazy. It's crazy.
What else we got? We gonna do? Cause I don't
That's
know if
it.
you noticed. Yeah, cause
It's late. I'm ready to
I
wrap up.
I gotta pick up and delivery tomorrow. So
Yeah, and I got class in the morning.
Yeah.
Yeah, Pat, I'm like you too, bro. I'm just like this shit is it makes you mad. It infuriates you. Angry. It's like, man.
Because I mean, if we actually
genocide on
had
their own people, bro.
well, I mean, I don't see us ever really having the world back at peace with these people in office, and they're gonna continue to do disruptive things because that's what keeps them relevant is the mischief. You know what I'm saying? Like things like if they was truly helping people, you know, I would have a different, view on it. But they don't. They're not gonna do right.
Well, shit. Well, we can wrap it on that. They're not gonna do right. So we got to force them. Or we got to do our own thing separate from them. Create our own thing.
One or the other. Oh, and when you get a chance, check out that video I sent you earlier tonight. Dude was speaking some wild stuff. This is like the other side of what Joe Rogan and Jordan Peterson was talking about with the black and white stuff, but in more detail.
I'm gonna check it out.
He's actually Black Magic has actually had a few different shows this past week that's like really important that like most people are not getting. You know, I wish it could get, you know, more. The average people would see these shows because they'll have a better understanding of, you know, what we're dealing with in the past and our present, and can affect our future.
All right, man. I'm gonna have to wrap it, y'all. Peace and love. Thank y'all for joining. Thank y'all for being here, Doc and everybody. Let me read his last comments. That's why they isolated people and shut down the places where people come together to talk about things. Dehumanize us with masks, make us fear each other, then allow the only interaction be the Thunderdome we call the internet. Destroy the middle class, overwhelm the medical system, print free money, frighten, divided, and isolated from their social emotional support, chain the masses are easier to control. And I said it last show, Ukraine worth sending money, weapons, U.S. borders, nothing to see here, no problems. So far, in 10 years, the left has only cared about borders twice, Kyle Rittenhouse and the Ukraine. All right, y'all. Peace and love. Y'all have a good night. Thank y'all for joining. Everybody, Doc, Twitter follower, Deuce, Pat, who's ever else listening.
Yep.
Y'all have peace and love. Thank y'all for joining.
Same bad channel, same bad place tomorrow.
Yeah, I'll be here tomorrow, so come on in.
All right.
All right, y'all. Peace.
Peace.
Yeah, folks, peace.
Because I thought you would have, maybe.
Yeah. Woke up.
That you could believe in that is gonna still guide you towards fear, or you know, things that's gonna take you away from nature. You know what I'm saying? So that just the idea of belief is not necessarily the stronghold.
Right. You know, you got to have some science backing up. Doc says it's the secret. Quantum physics, the combined power of all mankind's belief, become an energy field that we can draw on and use to manipulate our world. We are created in God's image as a spiritual being connected to the universe. The meat sack is just the shell. We are the power.
Yeah.
Well said, Doc.
Yep, well said. And I think we can end on that. That's like
that's perfect.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying?
Peace and love. Thank y'all for joining. Thank y'all for being here. Thank y'all for your time. Thank y'all for commenting. Thank y'all for liking and sharing and subscribing and telling your friends.
Yeah. Thank y'all for everything. Getting our viewership up. You know, I think our viewership will be growing a lot more in the near future. So we thank y'all in advance.
Yeah.
Come and join the club.
Yep. Come join the conversation. Come chat with me and Pat.
I didn't know that you realized that.
What's up, man? I'm hearing y'all niggas over here talk. I was listening to that shit, man. I'm hearing these niggas. I'm like, God damn, man.
Yeah, the narrative.